quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Well, hi, folks. Here we are, another Sunday. Oh, yeah. I'm so glad to see you folks here to help Sty get through another week. Spring's coming. Isn't that ridiculous? It's the last day of April. And I said, spring's coming. Spring should have been here a month and a half ago. And it's coming. I mean, it's terrible. I'm not even going to show you my outdoor cam anymore. Not today, at least. It's raining out there. It's raining to beat hell. There's still piles of snow, not in our yard, thank goodness, but there's still piles of snow throughout the neighborhood, big piles of snow. Go out to Walmart, still 20% of their parking lot's got a pile of snow that's 20 feet high. And tomorrow's May 1st. What the heck is that about, right? Oh, I'm ready for spring. Now, I've taken advantage. We've had a couple of warm days that it wasn't raining. And I went outside. I just walking the yard, moving around, trying to get myself mobile again. Winter's over. I got to get mobile again. Doing my best, take care of myself. We'll talk more about that shit later. Oh, not supposed to say any bad words until you've been in your stream for 15 minutes. So I didn't say that. Nobody heard it, right? Okay. I got to shout out the folks out in the chat. Kathy Gahan is almost always my first one to drop a note. And she says, hey, Sty, how you doing? Raining here today, 10 degrees. LOL. That's Celsius, by the way. If it was 10 degrees here, Fahrenheit, that'd be that hard rain, white, crispy. Yeah. So, and this fella, Beastly Ironworks. It has been forever, brother. I mean, this guy's awesome. I mean, he is awesome. I met him through Dennis at Canoe Hound Adventures years ago. The man's a knife maker. Oh, he makes some beautiful knives. And he's an awesome person. He is hilarious. He's fun. He's real. He's real people. So I haven't been actually following him close or anything, but it's always worth get over, look at his channel and what he does. He's an awesome person. You won't regret it. And of course, Kathy said that she was going to be back. Well, she is. There she is. She's back. Samantha Lee throws me a smile up there. That's that smiley emoji. Yeah, that I wish they had an actual picture of her to throw up there because her smile's much better than those stupid emojis, Hey, there's Peppers in Kentucky Living. We got some folks coming in, popping in the chat. I love it. It's great to see you, Peppers. Hey. Hey, Lori's in the house. Hi, Lori. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. Um, your birthday's on the 15th. Ooh, Kathy Gahan. Happy early birthday. But I think we'll chat next week and the next week before your birthday. Yeah. Beastly Ironworks is out there chatting. That's great to see. I'm just checking through here, see if there's anybody I missed. Gemma is in the house, and we've got right behind her, we got Native Kutsa. Oh, it's good to see you, girl. Kathy Kahan, get half a pack of smokes, LOL. Actually, girl, that's one pack of the smokes I smoke. I smoke these Montego menthol cigarettes, and here they're $5 a pack. $5, well, like $5.28 or something. So thank you for the pack of smokes, girl. Thank you. So that's the folks out in the chat for today. I'm going to pull folks up out of the basement here. I've got folks in the basement. Okay. First one up. Look at this girl.
Howdy.
That hair out, guys. Check that hair out. Awesome. She's
I got a show later.
She's got a show tonight.
Yeah.
And she's getting herself all purdied up for the show. And
later I'll do this, but this is done. This is later.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do this. But to me, girl, you're ready to go. You're ready to go.
Thank you.
You're gorgeous without this. You don't even have to do that. You're one of those fortunate people in this world that, yeah, you get up in the morning and throw a little cold water on the face to tighten things up and get you going. You're ready to go, girl. Yeah.
Or a wet wipe usually does.
A wet wipe, that'll do it too. That tightens the skin up, don't it? Yeah. You know,
How's it going, everyone?
I'm the king of wet wipes. When I spent almost full 4 years living off grid up there at the wilderness camp, people would come and visit me at the Sty Shack, and they'd look at that one shelf and they'd go, "What in the hell do you do? Sell wet wipes?" And I go, "Well, no, you got to have wet wipes." I said, "I've gotten to the point that wet wipes are more important than ass wipe. I mean, you got to have wet wipes because they work for everything. I mean, literally. You can clean your face. You can clean your whole damn body with them. You can wipe your ass with them. I mean, and better yet, hell, you can wipe the counters off with them. You can wipe the table off with them, especially the ones that are got the disinfectant in them. That's great. Wet wipes, best thing since ass wipe. I'm telling you, you betcha. We got another gal here in the basement. I'm pulling up. There we go. There's Gemma.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, our great representative from the UK. Yep.
I saw it, Lori. I figured I can just spot those ones, so I know which ones not to open. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. That's terrible.
Yeah, the spammy emails.
Yeah, she got hacked. Yes, on Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Said not to open a message from her if you receive one with a link.
Yeah. And look at this guy. Look at this guy. Running water.
No amount of wet wipe will take care of this. No makeup. Nothing will help this.
I
don't agree.
They're working on it though, running water. Don't worry about it. They'll come up with one someday that we guys like us can wipe down and go, "Whoa, I'm a new man." but
it'll probably be Ryobi that comes out with it. Yeah.
In the meantime, we'll just keep using sandpaper, right? You got to use sandpaper on the old kisser to make yourself look good.
Well, this is what I'm usually taking and wiping down. My hands get dirty or get grimed up. I got these
Glass
window
cleaners.
wipes.
Yeah,
The alcohol ones. They're not
Like-
the ammonia.
you're right. Yeah.
Wipe myself down, wipe the dog down, whatever.
Well, that's the thing too is some of the wet wipes you buy, they say they're flushable, right? Well, for me, they're not flushable because if I use those in the bathroom, it never fails. If I use one just to wipe my face down, I've been out working or something, I want to wipe my face down with a wet one. Next thing I know, I'm pulling another one, doing the sink and then doing the toilet. You don't want to flush 30 of them sons of bitches down the toilet. I mean, the guy at the sewer plant's going, who in the hell is using all these wet wipes? Sty's doing it. I like those canisters. I like those canisters that you can pull them out because we got those ones, the disinfectant ones for cleaning counters and shit. Oh shit! I did the whole stove yesterday. It's spotless, man. It shines. It shines. Speaking of the stove, you'll never guess what I got going. I got a small crock pot with 6 really nice sized country style boneless pork ribs smothered in barbecue sauce with finely diced jalapeno thrown in the barbecue sauce. So it's got a little bite. It's sitting in there right now, just stewing away. It's been cooking for about 3.5 hours now. It'll be about 7 hours at that slow cook before I eat it this evening. I am looking forward to that shit.
Sounds really good.
I eat whatever the hell I want anymore. And oh, Mary Jones, it is so good to see you, girl. I hope you're doing well, as well as you can. I surely hope you are. My love out to you, girl. I have to say, folks, again, I say it every stream, but how much I truly appreciate knowing every one of you. Such a broad picture of all these personalities, but what it all comes down to is we're all just people, and like the theme song says, looking for a place to go where you can find a friend. And we've done it, man. We've done it. We're all here. We're all the bestest of friends. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. The only thing is I had a real problem, Samantha. This one's for you. I had a real problem last week. Okay, I have a palliative nurse that comes in once every 2 weeks to just check on my progress with the cancer treatments and stuff and make sure my health is okay. And she kind of looks around, make sure I'm not doing something stupid like, oh yeah, the crazy old bastard can't get outside, so he's got a campfire going in the living room, that kind of shit. So, and she's adorable. She reminds me so much of Samantha. She does. She really does. And she's just adorable. Well, I get 1 hour every 2 weeks with this gal, right? Well, last time she was here, 2.5 hours. And I told her, you have got to go. She said, you're my last client of the day. So after an hour, it's on my time. I go, right. And you've got 2 children. You got a boy that's at a ball game that you should be at. So you need to go. And she said, I suppose, I guess I'll go. No, she's crazy. She's nuts. I mean, she would have made a good hippie, actually. She told me, she says, once the weather's it's in the 70s, nice and comfortably warm out, and the grass is grown in nice and thick in your yard, one of my visits, I'm going to come and say, off with the socks and shoes. We're going out for a walk in the yard. And she said, we'll spend my whole visit just walking out in your yard in that grass barefoot. I go, we? She goes, Oh yeah, me too. I can't expect you to do something I'm willing to do. And so she's weird that way, you know, very down to earth. She's a firm believer we all need to be grounded. We all need to touch Mother Nature as often as possible. You know, you can't help yourself but live in a box, right? You know, we live in boxes. There's nothing natural about the way we live, by the way. We all live in these great big giant cardboard boxes, you know. We're keeping nature out. So we have to get out of the box and go touch nature once in a while to ground ourselves, and we become better, more grounded. They've even got statistics on how much better a person's health and the way they feel is when they do that. Okay, cool. I'm good with that. She's, you know, preaching to the choir when she's telling me, let's go outside, you know. But at the end of our visit, our last visit, we got on the topic of a year, year and a half, maybe I'll push it 2 years at the end. And who I want around me at the end. That was a tough conversation, not for me, for her. She had a very hard time with that conversation. And I had Samantha's channel up and I was playing her playlists in the background while we're having our visit. By the way, this gal loves your songs, all of them. Well, it's just cycling through, you know, the playlist, and it hit on the theme song of the channel. And
Yeah, she's massive, Kathy.
when the song got to the line, sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. She started bawling.
Oh yeah.
And the look on her face,
Oh.
she was so, and she doesn't lie to me, this gal. She just came right out and said it. And she said, I don't think I can ever listen to that song again.
Yeah. I
Well,
don't.
that sucks. That's my theme song, man.
I take my earbud out because I can't. Yeah, it's too
And
hard.
I told her, I said, then next time you come and visit, I'm going to start that son bitch when I answer the door.
You're bad.
You're going to listen to it.
No.
And she goes, don't do that to me. I said,
Yeah. Don't do that.
I said, then don't you cry for me anymore.
Oh.
I do not want to make people feel sad. No. I can be sad enough for all of us, okay? Let me go there. Don't you go there. Put a smile on your face. That is the best thing you can do. It's the best way you can honor me is smile.
Yeah.
Don't cry for me. Don't pout for me. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Sissy, he said no crying. Don't start it.
Yeah. So the dog's whining.
Back there whining. He said no crying, Sky. So
For me. You know, yeah. Dogs
she's like,
are
wait, said my name. Here she comes. She's like, wait, what?
what? Yeah, I love her. She has grown so big.
She's such
It's
a
just-
big old foofy. She'll be 20 months old on the 17th of
That's
this
that's
May.
nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my God, she's so
She'll-
prime to pull a sled.
She'd be
She
good
is
at
so
it.
prime to pull a sled. The,
I'm gonna let her out there. Yeah, you're right, Justin. That's what she wants.
yeah, treats. Gotta give her a treat, right? I would. Sometimes I wish I was a dog. I watch Beaner and how Running Water gives him treats. Running Water's got these toys where he stuffs them full of peanut butter, and old Beanie's just and it old tongue it long. And yeah, he gets every bit of that peanut butter out of those damn toys, and he's spoiled. He's boiled rotten, but that's all right. The
Golf
yeah,
ball that we throw with little treats for her. She likes. She,
but
she likes those.
but
big little-
I am a little jealous. Sometimes I wish I had a dog's life. Somebody
They're
willing
good
to
company.
hug me and pet me and
Yeah,
stick nummy shit in my mouth. Oh yeah,
best company.
Send you to the spa for a week.
yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That too. Oh
Yeah,
my
Bean's
God.
great company, right?
Yeah, Beaner. I only get to see him a little bit because Running Water spoils the shit out of him. He comes home. Bean's usually home for a day. Sometimes he'll take him the day he gets home if he gets home real early. But usually it's the next day. So we got Bean overnight, and I can pet him and play with him. And then off he goes to the spa. Old Bean goes to the spa and spends a week kicking back, playing with all the other puppies, getting all petted and spoiled rotten at the spa. Running Water picks him up. He smells like frickin' flowers. And the only thing I haven't seen yet is his toenails painted or nothing. Thank God. I don't want Bean going trans on me.
Well, he's halfway there.
Oh, God. No. He's a eunuch.
He's
Oh
Yeah.
man.
He's a eunuch. He is not trans. He's a eunuch.
You guys
There's
are
a
so-
big difference. There's a big difference.
he's one of the unsullied.
I'm not. No, Colin wants a snack. I'll be right back.
Raphael Scraffer. That's funnier than hell. My beard's not quite fluffy enough, huh? Now, he said earlier, he goes 2 years because I was talking about, my life expectancy on the good side is 2 years. He says, you take so much shaga, you will pull 200 years, sir. LOL. Actually, I think the shaga is going to give me the 2 years instead of the 6 months. Because that's what they gave me, was 6 months to 2 years. And I burned up 4.5 of those months already. So let's see. March, April. No, 4 months. I burned up 4 of the 24. So, but I feel better right now than I did when they told me 4 months ago that I was dying. So that's cool. That's cool. The treatment they have me on is working well. They told me, I didn't get to finish telling the panelists, they were up here with me before the show. That's why we got started a little late. But this new chemotherapy they put me on, they're real nervous about the one because it's got some nasty side effects. Nasty. Some of them could be even life-threatening. One of those is blood clots, that your blood will thicken. And mine knows. Yeah, I pinprick myself to test my blood sugars twice a day, and I bleed like a stuck pig. I mean, yeah, not a single side effect. They gave me that chemo on Monday. You sit there for 3 hours getting that shit. And every other chemo I've ever had in the last over a year, about for 13 months, I've been going through this. Every single chemo, I get it on a Monday. I'm sick from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday into Friday. Every time. That's what I expect. Now they have me getting chemo every single week instead of every other week, and I was panicky. Oh my God, every week. That means I'll get 2 days every week that I feel okay, just barely okay. Hell no. They put me on this new chemo. I actually feel the best I have in a year and a half. I feel so good. I just feel so good. I went nuts yesterday. I had a little family problem I had to deal with, and after that, frustration. The best way to get rid of anxiety and frustration is make yourself busy and do something. I think that girl out in the corner, Gemma, would agree. Yeah, if you're feeling anxiety
Yep.
and you're feeling kind of down, do something. Just do something.
Yep.
Just get it.
Distraction.
It distracts you, yes. So yesterday I went hog wild nuts on my kitchen. I mean, scrubbing every freaking thing and decided to make real food instead of something out of the freezer and throw it in the microwave. I even scrubbed the one microwave spotless. It looks like it's brand new. Well, all that ambition after doing all of that, I come in and sit down for the rest of the evening and I'm going, damn, I got a lot done. And I'm not feeling wore out or shy. It wasn't real heavy work, but it was constant. Busy doing it. I was climbing this ladder we got to get up to our upper cupboards and shit. Literally 3 weeks ago, if I climbed up that ladder, I would have gotten up to the steps to reach the cupboard, and I would have gotten right the hell down because I would have fucking fall off of the night. I would have been losing my strength. I would have felt dizzy. Well, I was up and down that thing about 5 times here. Didn't feel okay. So my last week, I'm so upbeat today because my whole last week has been awesome. It's been awesome. In fact, in our backyard, we have this fence between us and the neighbors, and it's a wood post fence with this wire mesh shit on it. It's like 4-inch square wire mesh. And all the bushes in our yard, on that side of the yard, are growing on their side of the yard. Going through that fence, over that fence, all hanging out in our yard. Go through there with the riding lawnmower and you're covering your face. Whack, 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 whack. That's the bit. Well, I trimmed all that up now so you can go through there with the riding lawnmower. Still tons of privacy because that shit's stuck on the other side of the fence. Well, I looked out there yesterday afternoon. 2 big limbs. One that was about almost 8 inches, and one that was about 4 inches long. Big limb from the winter ice and snow had broken, and I hadn't noticed them until now. Broken in our yard. I went out and I threw this hiking shoes on and my jacket, and it was raining. I had to fight with it. Big suckers pulled out of them bushes and flopped out in the yard and drug into a spot where I can buck them up into pieces for the fire pit. After I did that, I look back and I go, where the hell did I get that energy? There's no way in hell I could have handled those 2 big branches 3 weeks ago.
Take care, Kathy.
So that's good. Okay, you go. Yeah, she's got to go get the grandbaby. You have a good day too there, Kathy. Love you.
And Rafael says that your mic keeps going muffled.
Are you guys hearing it muffled?
Yeah, you keep cutting it out a little bit.
Yeah,
I
it
thought it
keeps
was
going
my
in and
signal.
out. I thought it might be mine.
Yeah, I thought it was my signal.
I don't know what could be going wrong.
It just gets muffled from time to time, like somebody's covering the mic or something.
Yeah, it goes a bit muffly, then you're fine. It goes muffly, then you're fine again. So I don't know if it's a connection to the mic or something.
It's right here, and there's nothing.
Keep your muff off the mic. Stop muffling it.
Oh, I tell you what, okay, those neck gaiters, they call those, some people call them muffs.
Mhm.
Hell, I don't know nothing about that shit. So the first time I got some of the neck gaiters, I got a few of them laying around here. I use them a lot in the summer. I didn't. I had heard someone call them something. I didn't know what the hell they were called. And later I found out people call them neck gaiters or muffs, But I'm going around in camp in 2021 saying to everybody, yeah, I got these Smokey the Bear buffs. I'm calling them buffs. And people are like, okay, you're putting a buff over your head. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. No, I didn't know they were called muffs. I noticed. I am so sorry, Lisa McConkey. It is so good to see ya.
It says Mike is on the next message.
What? What's that?
I think Mike's World is appearing under his wife's or partner's account because the next message from the same person says, "Can you send me a link?" I think it's Mike acting under his wife's account.
Okay, because I don't have his wife's account over in my list.
His wife's account by the looks of it, I think, on the YouTube side, but it says under the Lisa name it says Mike's World Chat, so I guess it's him writing the messages, I guess.
I'm not finding them over here. If anybody can stumble across them, sure, throw them the link.
I'm not connected to them, I think.
I'll be right back.
Okay. It's a real pain in the butt sometimes trying to find somebody over here on Facebook. Especially when you got about...
It says it's Mike's World, but I think he's writing the message under his wife's account while it says Mike's World, can you send me a link?
Right, it's his wife's account on YouTube, but the only way I could send it to him would be over on Facebook under his account.
Yeah.
Let's see, I think I found them. I'll have to double check.
I wrote another poem for you the other day.
Oh, you're silly.
I'm not silly.
Of course you are.
Well, I guess, in a way.
There, Mike, I sent the link to your Facebook account. I found you. I had to go down the list. When you got 600 contacts, sometimes it doesn't give it to you in an alphabetical order, right away. So you got to dig around to find people.
I've also got some good news to share with you as well, and everybody. Basically, I did a video 3 days ago about a local police force in my county who have just done a adult autism report. They asked me to critique it, so I critiqued it on a video, and they now have connected with me. They want to work with me on a future project, and this police force is the national big dog of the country. It's like a top police force. So I'm going to be starting to work with them from next month on how to better communicate. So, yeah. Hey, WrestleMania, Jamie, good to see you.
I had to get that popped up there for you because I know that's a true follower of yours.
Yeah, I call him Uncle Jamie. Good to see you, Uncle Jamie. How are you?
Hey, David Jones, great to see you, bud. Um,
And the actual police have followed me back on Twitter and on my personal Facebook, so I communicate with them backwards and forwards. So I'm quite excited about that.
well, that's good. That's good because that's an area they need to be educated and
Yeah.
have understanding of that because they frequently deal with that. And the more information they have on how to manage those situations when they encounter a person with autism, the better. The better for
Yeah.
them, the better for the person they're dealing with, you know. Because I've seen it even here in the US, even though the officers do get it's real basic though, but they do get some education on how to deal with people with autism. Well, I've seen it so often though where officers take the reactions or the actions of somebody that's autistic as being hostile and criminal and really
Evasive.
it's not. Yeah, yeah, and that their lack of cooperation and interference with a law enforcement officer, all that kind of bullshit. They don't realize that no, if you understand the person, you understand their actions, you know, and
Yeah.
and you can work with that. You can work
Yeah.
around it, and you can untrigger people. I've done it myself. I've had autistics when I worked Dollar Tree. Several times I had autistics that would trigger in the store, and I was able to untrigger them and bring them down, bring them back down where they
Yeah.
felt comfortable again and functional again. And so it can be done. And I
Yeah,
think I think law enforcement needs that education. So I'm proud of you. That's great.
Yeah, I'm excited about native coots are it depends on Sty. Like I can read the poem if you want, but I was planning on keeping it private for Sty on a phone call. I wanted to share it with him in a private call because it's something that I feel is a
Personal,
private, personal one.
something a little personal.
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to be broadcast on a stream.
Yeah, and that's I see it this way. I had a friend. He would be a lay artist. He didn't do art to make money, right? He just loved art. He loved to paint and sculpture. He did sculptures all the time.
Yeah.
Some of it was pretty weird shit too. I mean, the guy he could paint a portrait, and all the people in the portrait he painted have ears. Sculpt a head, looks just like a person. I mean, yeah, you swear, yeah, you can see that person on the street. No ears. He says, when it comes to sculpting, I don't do ears. Why? Why? And he didn't have a good reason. He just no, I don't do ears. I just don't do ears. I said, I can kind of live with the no ears because I can take that head you sculpted and put a hat on it, and it looks like it's covering its ears it doesn't have. But if you decided I'm going to do all sculptures with no mouths or no nose, that's even weirder yet. I mean, but yeah, he was weird that way, really weird, and but his artwork was so unique. It was so you looked at it and it really made you think. You look at it, some of it would trigger different feelings. Like some of it seemed really weird. Some of it made you happy. Some of it made you kind of cautious. Some of it made you sad. I mean, he's all over the board with his artwork. But he had pieces. He had 2 art rooms in his house where he did his work. The one, nobody was allowed in, period. And he invited me into that room one day. I walked in there and I was amazed. I was shocked. Some of his paintings and some of the sculptures were so unique and awesome, so well done, beautiful stuff. I said, why don't you have that out here where everybody can see it? He said, no, those are personal pieces. Those are pieces I did for other individuals that I look at them and I know the purpose of the piece. I know the story behind the piece. And that story isn't somebody else's to know. It's only mine and that person. So these pieces are personal. And he said, he says, you can look. He says, you're a good enough friend. I'll let you look at the pieces. Don't touch them. He wouldn't even let me touch anything in that room. So I get that, it's the artist's choice, artist's privilege. That's their privilege.
I think it's more for me, like what I've said, and the fact I put it to a video, so it's not just a poem; it's a poem with pictures, and I don't want it being broadcast on a stream. I think it'd be more important to do it on a private, so that you can have the full benefit of it.
That was weird. My palliative nurse, when she's sitting here, I'm playing Samantha's channel songs and all that. And she goes, how often do you do that? I said, almost daily. I said, it sucks because YouTube only recognizes me watching each of those once a month. So I watch a lot of her music videos. I'll watch 15, 20 times in a month, but she doesn't get those views. She only gets one view from me for the month. So it pisses me off. That means she only gets 12 views per song per year. And there's probably 500-600 views that she's not getting. So that pisses me off, because I watch them. I mean, well, yeah. I don't necessarily watch each one, but I'm listening to it all the way through because I got it cranked up in the house. I'm in the kitchen. I'm doing shit, and I got Samantha playing, and some of her songs I have listened to so many times that all I have to do is hear the first strum on her uke, and I know what song she's doing. I'm way in the other room. Can't see what the song is. A couple of strums, and I know where she's going. I know the song she's doing. So I don't know why, but there's some of Samantha's songs. They feel new to me whenever I hear them. It's almost like watching a movie over and over and over, and you find things that you missed every time you're watching it. You find new things every time you watch it. Here's a good example. That stupid Hogwarts game, Running Water. Get me to buy that damn thing. He doesn't want to take the blame for it. No. He bought it first. I saw him playing it, and I jumped right on there. Oh, give me that damn game. Look at what he's playing. That damn Hogwarts game now. I have played it all the way through 8 times since I've owned it. 8 times. 7.5 times. I'm on my 8th character, playing all the way through. It's weirding me out because Friday night I played until about 3 o'clock in the morning. I was finding shit I didn't know was in the game. I never thought. I watch all these videos about the game and everything. None of them mentioned it. Who the hell is that? Who's that character? Where the hell did they show up from? I don't get it. And so that's the problem with a game like that is I don't know where. There will be a point where I go, oh yeah, everything's old hat, I've seen it all. But boy, oh boy, I'm a long ways from it now, and I've got about 300 hours into that game. And like I said, 7 wins, play it all the way through, do all the quests and everything. But the one I'm playing now is I want everything. Everything you can possibly do in that game, I want to cover it. I want to make sure to do it. And Running Water knows the game. My last win, I tell you what, it says that you're not supposed to do that last trial, or you're not supposed to at the very end when you're killing Ragnak,
Right.
the troll, the dwarf, whatever the fuck he is, goblin.
Goblin.
That's a tough battle. That's a tough battle. It takes time. When you get good at it, it just takes a lot of time. And it says you need to be at level 24 to do it. Well, I did it at level 24. They ain't kidding. At level 24, it took me an hour and 15 minutes for one battle in that game. I loved every second of it. It was just so challenging. But it's the uniqueness of things in life that we miss all the time. Look at that girl up there with her pup. I love it. I love the fact she's sitting on the floor. She's just hanging out. I love that, man. I love it. I wish we had a room with a nice carpet in it and no furniture.
And my bed's over there, but it's a big room.
That's it. But you got that all that extra room. Yeah. When I lived in the apartment building, I like hammocks. I love hammocks. Love sleeping in them.
Those are cool.
Well, I spent half of the summer in a hammock, sleeping in a hammock. So when I got home, I thought, how can I put a hammock up in my apartment, for Christ's sakes? Well, that had a big bedroom. So I measured the bedroom, and if I got one of those hammock frames to hang a hammock on, it would just fit in that room just perfect. And I told Running Water, I said, I'm going to buy one of them hammock frames. I'm going to put a hammock in my bedroom. He goes, don't do that. Just go over to the house on the porch. There's a big cardboard box. There's a hammock frame in it. Help yourself use it. I never did get to set that up in my bedroom, and I was so disappointed with myself. Hey, Mr. Shannonite, great to see you out there.
Hi,
Yeah.
Mr.
But
Shannon.
at least it's set up now so you can use it during the summer.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, yeah. It's right beside the house. I was looking at it yesterday, going, "Oh, good weather." Kind of. When that comes, I got to drag one of the hammocks out, get it thrown on there. Because last summer I had the hammock on your stand all summer, and I sat in it dozens of times. Lay it in it, take a break between cutting firewood and the like.
Yeah, and that spot right behind the house works out pretty good in the afternoon with that shade.
Oh, it's a perfect spot there because you get sun for the first half of the day, shade for the hottest part of the day. It's perfect.
Hey, Marine Mom.
Marine Mom, it's great to see you.
Hey,
Awesome. Well, hello, all beautiful people. Well, put yourself in that bracket. That's all we got over here is a bunch of beautiful people anyway. So, yeah, you're just one of the many of us beautiful folks over here, right? That's one thing with my prognosis, what I got to look forward to. I ain't got much time, but I've come to the realization this world really does suck. And why does it suck? Because of people. Because of people. Not us. We make it better for each of us. We get together and we uplift each other and we give a shit, But step outside of this group. That crap out there is bullshit. I mean, these people are nuts. People in the world today are nuts. They're crazy. They've gone crazy. Why in the world do they believe that they don't have to be responsible even to themselves? I don't understand.
They are lost. They're lost, woke, uneducated people.
That's what scares me, and I'm sorry, but I'd love to stay another 40, 50, 60 years if I could. I'd like to stick around for that. But part of me is glad I'm getting the fuck out of here. You guys have got your hands full. You have got your hands full. I can look down the road and see the shit that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a whole generation of kids now that are going to be extremely undereducated. Now, some of them are going to be the exception. They're going to be quite intelligent. They're going to be responsible. They're going to have morals. They're going to have good standing in their lives. They give a shit about themselves, their family, and others. And they're going to try to excel. But the majority are a bunch of brain dead, stupid morons. And guess what? When all you have is a bunch of brain dead, stupid morons, that's all you got to pick from? That's who's going to be running your country. That's who's going to be teaching your children to be dumber than they are. I always said that, and teachers hated me for it. You're a good teacher as long as you teach me the way to become smarter than yourself. That makes you a good teacher. But the minute you teach me less than you know, you're teaching me to be dumber than you. And then all I know, I try to teach my children, which makes them dumber than me, because I'm not going to teach them everything. And then what do? They teach the next generation. And that's what's happened, is that has collapsed to the point where you have a whole generation coming forward. And if you're middle-aged, you're in your 40s, let's say, I ain't going to be here to put up with that shit. Because you guys are going to have a bunch of morons running the show. If we're not very careful. We got to be very careful and identify those people that excel, that are well educated, and are morally and justly
I've
grounded.
been fighting this fight for over 10 years. I've been fighting professionals. I've been fighting the uneducated morons who think they know better than me. And I'm like, no, you don't. I'm ready for the fight. I'm going to keep on fighting for people who need it.
See, and that's the thing, Gemma. You're so right. You're dead on. Running water is a good example. If you want to have an intellectual conversation, running water is the guy to have it with. I mean, is he something special? Did he get 2 or 3 PhDs? He didn't need to. That doesn't make him uneducated, doesn't make him stupid. It just makes him not willing to follow the system. I just want to learn, and I'll learn any way I can. And that's the thing today, is I would elect for our president somebody that graduated from high school, went to work, and sat and read the encyclopedia after dinner every evening for 15 years. I'd elect him before I'd elect one of these Ivy League assholes.
She said, Chris.
I hope you're talking about yourself, buddy. We could have
Hi,
some of our conversations, Cheesehead and me. If people were to see that on video, they'd say, "Oh my God, it's the challenge of the morons." I mean, because we take it to the degree where we intentionally try to say something as stupid as we can think of and let the other one tear it apart. And then the way you tear it apart is by saying something that's even dumber. Let's take a conversation and F it up the worst we can with the dumbest moronic comments. And she said, and I believe, you put the two of us together, you could not have a better moronic conversation than him and I could put together. We're good at it.
I think you would have been laughing last night at the truck stop. I was parked in Waterloo, New York, last night,
Waterloo. There's a song. Okay. Anyway.
Um, but no, there's a gal in there just on a rant on climate change. Because there's this newest study come out. It's been pushed back 10 years. But 10 years from now, we don't change anything. It's like,
It's the end of the world.
yeah, it's the end of the world. And we need to be doing something about it. And I started laughing like just out loud, just full belly laugh. And she's like, "What? You think climate change is a joke?" I was like, no, not at all. I just think it's hilarious that you think we're still going to be around in 10 years. Haven't you been watching the news?
Yeah. That's it. You ain't going to be here to worry about it.
10 years from now, yeah, we're lucky if we're still here.
Well, I heard someone the other day saying, I laughed my ass off. I laughed my ass off.
Hey,
Because did you know that the avocado originates from Mexico? It never grew up here in the U.S. It grew down in Mexico and Central America. That's where the avocados grew. Now, 96% of the avocados that are sold in the world are grown in California. I think climate change is a good thing. It's going to get colder than shit. And it's going to drive the avocados back to Mexico. And now the Mexicans can quit selling drugs. They can sell avocados and make just as much money. So all climate change does is forces mankind to adapt again. Mankind, through all of history, has adapted to their environmental condition. That's all that's going to... What it is nobody wants climate change if you're living on the beach just outside of Miami and your house is only 40 feet from the water line. Then they worry about climate change because I'm going to lose my frickin' house. I'm going to have to use a boat to get to it, and the hurricane's going to wipe it out. Well, but yet they're on a podium screaming and hollering, we got to stop climate change. No, you need to move your fucking house. If the climate change is going to make the water rise, then why are you building a house on the edge of the water? You just told me how stupid you are, so should I believe you about this? We're going to all die in 10 years because of climate change? No, we're not. Lifestyles might change. Areas we prefer to live in might change. Hell, they might be growing avocados up in Alaska for all I know, the way you're talking about the climate change. Yeah, Anchorage, the avocado kingpin of the world. Already, I tell you what, I have a friend that has property in Fairbanks, quite a bit of property, actually. He's got 640 acres, one full section. And he puts about half of that up in potatoes. Now, that fucking property, for better than half the year, you can't even drive a damn nail in the dirt with the permafrost they got up there. It's hard as frickin' rock.
Yep.
But he grows some of the biggest, awesomest potatoes you ever seen. How the hell does he do that on top of permafrost? He goes out there with a bulldozer and scrapes the sun comes out. It melts about 4 inches of that. But it's still frozen down there for feet. I mean, you're talking 6, 8, 10, 12 feet in spots. He goes out there with a bulldozer and takes that 4 inches of soft soil because it melted, and he pushes it all into a pile at the end of these big fields. And he waits for 3 days and goes out there and does it again. Every 3 days, he's peeling off 6 to 8 inches of soil and putting it in big piles at the end of the field. Well, that soil's not frozen. Permafrost's still in the ground. It's too warm for that soil to freeze. After he's done that for about a month, he's got these huge-ass mountains of dirt at the end of these fields. And he comes back with his bulldozer and he pushes it all back over the field and plants potatoes. Because now that soil is about 2 feet deep. with no permafrost. And that permafrost down in the ground and the heat because of the long days in Fairbanks in the summer, the combination of the two, the potatoes go ape shit and just grow huge. You think he's worried about climate change? No, that's a lot less bulldozing for him. He don't have to go out there with the dozer so much anymore because, yeah, the soil's not froze solid. And man,
It's the food shortage.
yeah, man always finds a way. Always finds a way. You look at
indoors nowadays.
what's that?
You can grow vegetables indoors in a little greenhouse tent. Happens all the time.
Yep. In fact, there's this guy here in Ashland. I got a kick out of him. I got to see his basement. He's got a huge house. The house is 75 feet long and it's 48 feet wide. And he's got a full basement, covers that whole footprint. You go down in his basement and you go, oh no, you only see that shit in the movies or on a video game. Row after row after row after row of produce.
Yep.
He's growing everything you grow in the garden in that fucking basement.
So cool.
And nobody knows he's got. He could feed 5 families in town with what he grows in his damn basement.
Yeah,
I mean, year round, he can feed them. Yeah. And that's the nice thing about it. He says, most of these things I grow year round. He said, people don't understand. Seeds don't know what time of year it is. A seed doesn't know what time of year it is. The plant doesn't know what time of year it is. They just know what the temperature gradients and changes. So they react to that.
Light. Yep.
And he said, so I'm growing tomatoes in January that are big, red, and juicy. Because they don't know it's January.
Yeah.
He says the last thing you want to do is let your vegetables know what time of year it is. So he's actually got his basement quartered off with plastic, clear kind of plastic panels. And each one of those 4 zones are a different climate zone. They're heated and cooled differently. And he's growing all that shit year round. He says, I got fresh radishes 365 days a year. You want some fresh radishes? Just come over here. I got them. He says, you want carrots? I grow them sons of bitches year round too. He grow everything year round. Okay. That proves guys like him adapt to the environment. Guess what? It can end up being totally nasty where you can't grow anything outside. But his house is packed full of fresh veggies.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man will adapt. Man will adapt to whatever comes our way. It's like they say, you only got to be chased by a bear once to realize you should be probably packing a gun with you.
Yep. Pain bear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My favorite article in my whole life I ever read was one that was put in an Outdoor Life magazine, and it was titled Disney Beast or Man Killer. And you read that article, and they have documented cases, and there's like 27 cases in that whole article of individuals that were killed by and eaten by black bears. Wow. And guess what they say? Department of Natural Resources says that's bullshit. There's very, very few people that have ever been killed by a black bear. There's several that have been mauled, but very few that have ever been killed. And no, black bears don't eat people. Are you saying those 27 cases are bullshit? Because they're actual, they got the medical, the autopsies, everything backing these cases.
Hey,
They've got
Kimberly.
traffic evidence and everything. Oh yeah, don't trust a black bear. I'm telling you, don't trust. I, I'm less afraid of a grizzly than I am of a black bear. I know what a grizzly will do. That some bitch sees me and he thinks I'm in his territory. He's coming after my ass. I know he is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So you know how to deal with it. Oh, you see a grizzly? Hopefully he hasn't seen you yet. You take a different route. Go around him. Black bears, you see them and they're lumbering through the campground. Everybody goes, oh, look at the black bear. Isn't that cool? It's cool until the some bitch grabs your kid, runs off with it, and eats them. I mean, and this article was beating up Disney for making it out that, oh, black bears are just so fun and cute. And really, it's, yeah, that's no. And I've seen people approach black bears and told myself, that fucker's going to get killed. That black bear's going to rip him a new ass. And I've confronted a few and said, hey, I'd back off. That bear's getting pissed. I can see it. Hair's coming up on the shoulders. That some bitch is, his eyes are moving a mile a minute. He's nervous. He's pissed. He's going to tear into you. Oh, no, black bears aren't. No, they're not dangerous. Okay, some bitch, I'm going to sit in my truck and get food up. Yeah, one less person like you out in the woods is better anyway. You know.
The ones that
Hey,
get
Kimberly.
me,
Hi, Kimberly.
the ones that get me is every single year, the damn buffalo out in Yellowstone.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
single year, someone getting gored or stomped or, you know.
Yeah, because they
And-
get out and they think it's a cow. I
Yeah,
can treat
and-
it like a cow.
It's like, what, you didn't see the news last year? Or the year before? Or the year before? You know, every year someone gets messed up and you think your year's going to be different.
Right. Yeah. I mean, oh, that guy got gored because of this, and this. Oh, so in other words, then, you're not going to get gored for the same reason he did. You're just going to get gored for some other reason.
Mhm.
You poor dumb moron. I mean, and they're not cows. I mean, you can't go, oh, hey, Bessie, I want to pet you. Yeah, some
Hey,
bitch will
Bubbles.
pet you back. Hey, Bubbles.
You know, and that's like that trip, the ex and I had taken out to Montana.
Yep.
And on the way
Yep.
back, we come through Yellowstone.
Uh-huh.
And road was all backed up, you know, all the cars parked out there because there was a grizzly bear down by this little stream down there. It's like, oh, cool, you know, looking out. It's like, well, okay, it's quite a ways down, you know. So we got out to try to see what's going on down there.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, yeah, get back in the car. She's
Yeah.
like, why? I'm like, well, they might need us to move it when they bring the ambulance out here. I said, I don't know what those people are doing at the bottom of that ditch trying to get pictures of that grizzly
Right.
down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The-
You know,
and-
they're a good football field away downhill. You know.
Yep. the thing is, yeah, David's asking if you're painting your toes there, Sam.
Yep, I am. 'Cause I'm
He
wearing
is.
open-toed shoes tonight.
He's
Um,
prettying up every square inch.
I hit a black bear with my car one time, but it wasn't like hard because I did.
Uh-huh.
I saw it coming and I slowed down enough, so I barely tapped its
Just
butt.
thumped him.
Yeah, just like you know. Anyway, but he kept running as I hit him. He just kept running. My stupid friend got out of the car. She's like, "Is it okay?" I was like, "Get the frick back in here! You're dumb, bro!" Like,
I mean, you
no.
just- You know that had to have hurt. It had to
Yeah.
have hurt, you know, getting punched in the ass like that.
Mm.
And you're going to get out
So,
and
yeah,
confront a wild animal that's just been
Yeah.
hurt.
dummy.
You know, yeah, not good. And
Get back in the car.
Best one I saw was up northern Minnesota. I was up on US 2 up there coming across, and come to a stop. There's only a few vehicles in front of me, we're stopped, and it's just after sunrise. You can see there's a big, huge moose out there in the middle of the road.
Oh shit!
And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, well, yeah, he's going to mosey his way across. The car in front decided he's going to start honking at that
I'll
moose
get
to
his
get it to
horn
come.
at him.
Oh.
Watching that moose stomp on that little Camry, just it's like it beat the
See,
hell out of
that's
that
the thing.
car and then left.
Harass a
Yeah.
moose with your car,
Yeah.
and you will get an education on what true road rage is.
Straight up.
Because that moose will cut loose on you in a flash. I had one. You remember Randy Trockman? I think he would. Randy and I and can't remember who. There was a third person with us. I can't remember who that was. But we were snowmobiling out there in Montana. We were going up Government Mountain, and we're about halfway up Government Mountain, and all of a sudden, I'm the third sled. I'm running in the back. All of a sudden, I see Randy. He's in the front sled, and he takes up. We're on an old Forest Service road that you can barely tell the roads there, but because of the shape of the snow, you can tell that's the road. But he takes off up this mountainside, and I thought, what the hell is he doing? Then all of a sudden, I realized the second guy. He goes, and that's when I seen it. There's a big ass moose standing there in the road, and he goes right past that moose. I mean, he couldn't have been 2 feet away from that sucker as he went zinging past it. He just floored it and went zinging past him. I can't stop before the moose. I know if I stop, I'll be maybe 4 or 5 feet from the moose. Not a place I want to be. I'm not trying to go up that hillside. I'm watching Randy. He's getting stuck in that deep snow. So I figured I'll just crank it up and hang as far away to the left of that moose as possible and try to get by him like the first guy. I hit the throttle and slid over to the left side, and I'm going by, and there's probably about 5-6 feet between me and that big ass moose standing there. That son of a bitch turned around and jumped over me and my snowmobile.
Oh my god.
I stopped because I knew he went off the embankment. I stopped, and I was just shaking, and I turned and looked. And that son of a bitch is running through that deep snow down that side of that mountain, just like it ain't even there. And I thought, oh my God. I saw the bottom of his front hooves when he jumped over the
These
sled.
two, David. Like a light green and a light purple, and then I'm adding silver, and then I'm gonna do a clear color.
Oh, wow.
Spring
Yeah.
colors.
Shit. Somebody's going to hire you to paint their car.
He's asking him what paints I'm using.
Yeah. Looking at wild animals. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially anything in a predator class or large hoofed animals. I've watched. I actually got to see a deer beat the shit out of a hunter. It's bad when you've got about 7 hunters and this deer takes one of them on and starts stomping the hell out of them.
Oh my
And that can kill you. I mean, their hooves are sharper than shit. And all the rest of us are standing there laughing our asses off, just loud. If you were a half mile away, you'd hear all this laughter out in the woods. We're laughing it up, watching this deer kick the shit out of that hunter. And it was a young buck. He was like a 6-pointer. And somebody shot him, winged him, and he laid down. I think he was trying to hide. He laid down because he wasn't wounded bad. And that hunter walked right up on that deer, and he went to take an aim at it, and that fucking deer jumped up and just knocked that son of a bitch on his back, and he rolled over, got in a fetal position, and that deer was pounding up, and we're all laughing. That's stupid because that guy could have died, you know. And somebody said, "Shoot that damn deer! Shoot it!" Well, none of us were going to shoot at a deer that's on top of somebody.
Yeah.
That damn deer's moving all over the place. Yeah, the odds of you hitting
Shoot
the
your
guy
friend.
are pretty good, you know. So no, nobody's going to shoot it while it's on the guy. One of the guys found a big chunk of stick laying there, and he grabbed it, threw it at the deer. The deer jumped to the side, and he got about 6 or 8 feet from the guy, and then somebody dropped him right there. But that deer beat the shit out of the guy. Another guy, when I was driving truck over the road, I couldn't understand it. He was a dispatcher for a company, and I hated the guy. I couldn't stand the guy. His name was Bradley. Oh, what an ass. But I noticed somebody else is taking the dispatching calls, and I'm going, "Where's Bradley?" Well, he went bear hunting, and he's off work for a while. I said, "Oh, really? Really? Huh?" Well, I was out on the road for about 5 weeks that trip. And towards the end of the trip, I go, "Well, when's he coming back? Where did he go bear hunting? Alaska? Did he walk? I mean, what the hell? Where is he?" They said, "Oh, he's back. He's back. He's not handling dispatching calls right now. He will be in about a week or so." And I was just getting into town, back home. So I get into town and I walk in the office and I look, and there's Bradley sitting at a desk, and he's got a cast on his left leg from his knee, and his foot's in the cast. His whole left leg from the knee down was in a cast. It's got everybody's signatures on it, shit. And I noticed somebody had drawn a picture of a bear's face. I didn't know the story. And I walked right up to him and I go, "Bradley, glad you're here. How'd your bear hunting go?" He looked me right in the face. Says, "Fuck you, go talk to somebody else." I go, "Whoa, man, what the hell's up? I just want to know how your hunting trip went. I love bear hunting." He goes, "Don't talk to me about bear hunting ever again." I walked out, went to my safety manager's office. He's the top dog. And I said, "Bradley just chewed me a new asshole because I asked him about his hunting trip." He goes, "You saw the cast?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "He ended up with 7 broken bones as that bear chewed on his leg." I go, "What?" And he goes, "The dumbass shot a bear. The bear was laying there. He walked over and nudged it in the face with his left foot to see if it was dead or not. And he found out the bear wasn't dead. That bear was not dead. The bear was just shocked, had some trauma. And that bear snapped and turned and got him by the left foot and broke the bones in his foot and his ankle. And he had big, deep, frickin' bites in his leg. That bear bit him from halfway between the knee and the ankle all the way down to the bottom of his foot. That bear was chawing on him. It's just like, "I'll fix you, shoot me." You know? So I asked the safety manager, I said, "Well, did he finally shoot the bear?" He says, "No, buddy had to shoot it." And they were all real nervous. They had to shoot it twice because they had to give it body shots because they couldn't shoot it in the head because it had Bradley's leg in its mouth.
Oh, God.
I said I would have shot Bradley and let the poor bear. I mean, yeah, Bradley had it coming.
Oh, jeez.
But again, don't trust a wild animal. I mean, they're not people. They don't have feelings. They don't care. That if they think you're a threat of any kind, they'll attack your ass. I mean, I had a ferret that was that way. If I looked at him wrong, he'd come over and bite me.
Sky does that sometimes, but she's just playing.
But my ferret wasn't. He was a nasty little bugger. I'd let him out of his cage in the backyard. And we had a long sidewalks in the backyard and running water. You might recall in Spring Park, the sidewalks that went to the cabins. That little bastard would chase me down that sidewalk, and he made a weird sound, and his back's all humped up. and he's hopping after me. Well, the first time he did that, I thought that's funny, until he jumped and grabbed my leg and started biting me in the leg.
Oh my God, yeah.
So I slapped him off, just cut that shit out. He'd be in my lap, and he's all, ferrets are real squirrely. They're moving all the time. You know, you're trying to pet them, they're all over the place. And he's always crawling around. I had a big beard at that time. He'd like to nuzzle up in my beard, and I'd let him do it for a while until that some bitch was nuzzling my beard one day, and I grabbed him around the waist because I wanted to put him back in his cage. And when I started to pull him away, he bit me in the freaking neck. He wrapped his paws around my damn neck. He's under my beard. Gives me a big bite in the neck. And I yanked him down. I go, you little bastard.
A little bite.
He curls up on my lap, and he's looking at me like he's going to pet me now.
Yeah.
Nasty.
But I love you.
Nasty. And when people told me, oh, yeah, domestic ferrets are so fun, I don't believe it. I haven't met a single truly domestic ferret yet. I haven't. You can train them. You can't tame them. That's the key with, well, people say, well, what about the grizzly man out there in Montana? You know, Ben and all those big bears that are in the movies. This guy raises them and he works with them and he hugs them and plays with them until they eat them, because he's one of the first people in this country that'll tell you flat out, that bear that's hugging me and loving me, all that, is trained to do that. Yep. It doesn't mean he's tame. He was trained. He's not tame. He says, if I tickle his balls, he'll probably turn around and bite my head off. He said he's a wild animal. He said his wild instincts rule. What he was trained to do, 90% of the time, he'll do what he's asked to do. But 10% of the time, no, he's just going to be a bear. Because he is still wild. He's just trained. And and he said, that's every single animal you pull out of the wild and think you're going to make a pet out of. He says,
I have the same issue with Sky because she's got that wolf. She's a wolf hybrid.
right.
She has that alpha type personality. Like she wants to lead. She wants to be in charge. But,
Right.
you know, I read a lot on her and it's pretty, yeah.
That's not very
That's what
common.
I found out. Yeah, it's not.
I had a Alaskan Malamute, Alaskan timber wolf crossed. Well, he turned out almost all timber wolf. He had some of the Malamute characteristics, but very few.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you look at him, you go, Jesus Christ, that's a wolf.
Yeah.
And he was white. He was just white from head to toe. He had a pink nose, but not pink pads. So he wasn't a true albino. He didn't have the red eyes or pink eyes or blue eyes. He had the dark copper eyes. And he was awesome. He was an awesome dog, loyal, friendly, unless he got in the mood. And he didn't like other dogs. He wanted to be the king, man. He was the boss. He's alpha male. All the dogs we had at the time, I think every one of them got beat up by him a couple times because he was always setting the order, and I couldn't break him with that. But if I put him on the team, him pulling the sled distracted him from the other dogs. So he pulled great, but you just have him tethered, and he's sure as shit he's going to fight with one of the others. You had to tether him 15 feet away from the nearest dog because you're going to beat the shit out of that dog just to set things straight. And it was the wolf in him. And we had an individual that robbed us, broke into our house, stole some of my guns and a few other items. and he thought he was going to steal Cody, my dog.
Ooh,
My
shit. Big mistake.
That dog and I really bonded. We were so tight, me and that dog. I could get him to do almost anything. Things that were risky for him to do, he would still do for me. I never once was able to get him inside of a building. You couldn't get him to come in the house. I tried to lure him in with fresh, I mean literally that day ground beef, and he hadn't eaten all that day. And I showed it to him, and he wants it. But I kept keeping it out of his reach back in the house, trying to teach him, you can come in the house. He would not come in that fucking door. He'd starve to death before he'd come in that door. Same with the garage. Big garage doors. That garage had 3 huge garage doors on it. It's a huge monster garage. But it had dog kennels attached to the back with dog houses all through the back of the garage. So that it was built that way intentionally. But it's wide open. Garage doors are open. It's just airy, wide open. No cars parked in there or anything. Just a big gas room. He'd come as far as the garage door and look in, but he ain't coming in there. I had a lead on him, and I'm trying to drag his ass in there. Well, mind you, that dog could pull about 860 pounds on a sled. He was tough. He ain't going where you don't want him. You'd have to pick him up and carry him. I tried that once, picking up this 120-pound dog. Picked him up, tried walking through the doorway into the kennels. He turned on me. That's the one and only time he ever snapped at me. Boy, he almost got me in the face. And he was pissed. He was pissed that I was trying to take him through that doorway. So after that, it was never again. He will not go indoors. And that was the wolf in him. That was the wildness in him. No, he felt that was captivity. I'm not getting into a situation I can't get out of type of thing. I could put him in a chain link kennel and he'd stay put in it. He'd go into a doghouse once in a great while because it's tiny, But what I did was I buried 55-gallon drums in the ground. Then the dogs would use those as dog houses. You throw straw and their bedding in there for them. Sled dogs love it outdoors. So you just give them shelter from the storms. Cody, I've watched blizzards 25 below zero, and it's blowing 45 miles an hour wind and snowing, nasty snow. I look out there, and there's dogs in every doghouse, but Cody's sitting up. He's curled out, sleeping in that freaking storm outside the doghouse. No, he didn't know. He was wolf. He wasn't Malamute. He had Malamute characteristics he got from Mama, but he didn't have the wolf side from Papa dominated it. And I told people all the time, they'd say, "Is he safe to pet?" Well, absolutely. But don't yank on him and don't make fast moves around him.
Yeah.
And he'll be just fine. He won't hurt you. He won't hurt you at all. And the kids used to Running Water was just a little guy at the time. He'd go out there, I'd see him, he's hanging on to Cody around the neck, he's trying to ride him and shit. He's out there fucking around with a timber wolf, But Running Water, it's like Cody knew, that's it. This guy, he's an adolescent, he don't know any better. It's like a puppy harassing him, But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how that wildness can show up, You just always hope that it's when the wildness gets out of control where they're more wild than domesticated, and where they're snapping at anything and everything, and they're over defensive. to the point where they actually defend one family member against another family member, kind of thing. Where
She's
Yeah.
starting to jump up on the bed in the mornings and just lay right on top of me, and just crush me, where it's just a hi, hello thing, but she's just so big, but that's like becoming the routine now. So
Yeah.
it's just, she wakes me up, which is pretty cool. I don't know. I've never had a dog do that.
Running Water.
What?
I swear to God, I've never seen that figurine.
Well, I ordered another one for you because
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. I know I had it in my account. Looking in there, I'm like, and then they're like, yeah, we can make another copy. I'm like, good, make another copy, send it.
I'm gonna show folks what Running Water's getting for me. This is awesome. I love it. I really do. Make sure I get the right one there. There we go. That's it. Check this out, guys.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's you.
No. Well, if somebody grabbed a picture and made a figurine.
Right? Yeah, that's so cool.
Well, there you go, Running Water. Now, if within the next 18 months I win the lottery, I'll have that statue made and put out in your front yard. And I'll make sure they put a pier down, they'll pound it down to bedrock and fill it full of concrete so you can't get it out of there. I have a big bronze statue of that standing in your front yard.
But yeah,
that is so
we'll put the statue in my brother's yard.
Yeah, let them try to beat on that, right?
There's your inheritance.
Mm-hmm. And put it right at his bedroom window, so I'm looking in his window.
Poor guy.
I
don't think he'd like that.
I know he wouldn't like it. And I
have to get it in like polished aluminum, chrome, just so
it's shiny,
gleams solid. Yeah.
You better hope
he's
not lurking.
I hope he is. I really hope he is. Because he needs to learn. And I want to stress that to folks. I don't give a shit. If you have a parent that's abusive, that's actually abusive to you, verbally, physically, emotionally, if they're abusive, you owe them no respect. You owe nobody that treats you that way with respect. But if you have someone that actually, and verbally and physically and in front of the world, makes it clear how much they care and love about you, don't you ever disrespect that person. And especially multiple times, where it's become the norm, where every time that you're with that person, you have, for whatever reason, you have to insult them, belittle them, break them down, make claims there's something they're not, and tell them flat out, you're used up. You're used up. Your purpose is over. You're used up. Because you know what'll happen? And if you're smart, like me, you'll say, guess what? I still love you. You're my son. But you're not my life anymore. Do not come back. Do not come back. Because I don't deserve that. I've never, ever done anything so bad. I'm not an angel. Sure, I did things that were, I could have done it better. But I've never done anything to deserve to be treated that disrespectfully. So I try to put myself in the other individual's shoes. Would I want something to know that somebody is going to pass away with that feeling that I disrespected them to that degree, that they literally cut me out of their lives because they insist on being happy in life and at least die in peace, but now they can't because I set up the scene. I created this lifelong commitment. I've taken that and destroyed it. And now he has to pass away knowing that. How would I feel as the person that's on that other end? I don't know how this person feels. I don't know how he feels. I hope he regrets what he's been doing, but I know he won't back down on these events. He will still, he's apologized twice just in the last month and a half for things that have happened. But if you apologize and then repeat it, and then you apologize again and you repeat it again, that's time to break ties. That's time to break, because that person truly does not believe in their own apology. When I apologize to somebody, it damn near brings me to tears because I know I was in the wrong. I just wrong enough where I hurt them, you know. That's when an apology is due, and you better mean it. Don't apologize if you don't mean it, you know.
Yeah.
And Lori's asking if you got a new uke.
It's on its way. Yeah, but not yet. It's not here yet. I actually have to go. Shoot, I didn't see the time. It was good to see you, Sty. And
My heart is with you tonight.
Thank you.
Get up there and just jam it, girl. Just jam.
Yeah.
Have a sweet, wonderful evening.
Yeah, you guys too. Be safe and love y'all.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see you next time.
You betcha, sweetheart.
Bye,
You
everybody.
betcha.
Have a good night.
Bye. Bye, honey. Marine Mom. Then the person's not really sorry. If they apologize and repeat it and apologize, I think we're all subject to that at times, and you have to stop and think, oh boy, I said I'm sorry about 30 times for the same incident that's reoccurred 30 times. Maybe I should quit saying I'm sorry and try to do something about it, that it doesn't happen anymore. I don't have to agree with the person. I don't have to even like the person. I can just go on with life without doing that. I had this individual tell me that he has no need to apologize for being right. I said, no, you don't have to apologize for being right. You have to apologize for your behavior towards someone that disagrees with what you believe is right. And he said, I don't believe I'm right. I know I'm right. Yes, you know you're right. That doesn't mean everybody else in the world knows you're right or believes that you're right. But if you know you're right, why don't you just give it up and say, hey, at least I know I'm right. I don't have to fucking argue over it. I know I'm right, so I'll just leave it at that. Good. Then we can move along and have a mature, good conversation. Running Water and I butted heads in the past, but we always come right back to each other. I mean, we love each other, man. We ain't gonna
take a time out, go do something else.
That's right. Yeah. And we do. And I don't care how pissed off I get at Running Water. I love them to death. I could get. There's very little in this world Running Water could do to put himself where this other family member put themselves. I don't see Running Water ever going there. So it's tough. It's tough to have somebody in your life that you love and you've always done your best to respect them and the things they do, the things they say, just respect them to the point where they are doing things that nobody would respect, nobody would accept. And you start telling yourself, oh, that's dangerous ground when you're hurting people. You're doing things for your benefit. It must make you feel good some way. But the price of that is to hurt another person. That's when I draw the line. I'm sick of people hurting people. I had someone, because I conceal and carry. I carry a firearm on me all the time. And now I carry pepper spray with me, you know. If the dude ain't got no weapon, he's still gonna cry. He's gonna cry and get over it tomorrow. If he comes at me with a weapon, he ain't gonna be crying long, and he ain't coming back tomorrow. I will defend myself. But the situation I'm talking about is just pure disrespect. There's no threat at this point of violence or anything of that sort. And I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. And I have people say, well, why do you conceal and carry and then want to carry mace? Because some people want to assault you and they don't have a weapon. But they're bigger than you, they're stronger than you, they're half your age. The mace levels the playing field a little bit. So that's what that's for, because I don't want to shoot somebody. I've had my doctor say it, and I've had 2 local law enforcement officers I've spoken to in the last week and a half came right out and said it, that if somebody came at me and they're even 10 or 15 years younger than me, that old, but they're in good physical health, and they come after you and they're going to bludgeon you with their fists, they said, don't mace them, shoot the son of a bitch, because that's deadly. They're going to put on you deadly force in your health condition. They could kill you just by beating the shit out of you. So no, you have the right to defend yourself with a firearm. I said I'd mace them. I'd pepper spray the shit out of them. And I had someone say, yeah, but that pepper spray, that shit blows back. It's in your face. Oh, it's terrible. It's capsaicin, for God's sakes. I did 10 million Scovilles. I mean, ate it. I didn't just let it touch me. I ate it. And I survived it just fine. So a little blowback of the mace, no, not for this guy. That ain't a worry at all. I'm not worried about that. The only thing I worry about is, damn, I hope I got some ice cream or yogurt at the house. Because that'll take the burn out of the mouth.
Well, makes me think of this video. It was an interview out of Texas of this little old lady that she carried. She had a sidearm, little revolver, little 38 revolver that she carried with her.
Oh, Justin Anderson. Just a second. I didn't shout this guy out. Justin Anderson. I see you over in the chat, buddy.
Yeah.
Awesome. Love seeing you. Thank you again and again. I'll always say that when I see you for the mac and tune sausage. I still got a big chunk yet, about that long.
Yeah. No, backyard has more room. Yeah.
What's that for the
down drag outs in the front yard? Yeah. No.
In the backyard, I got all kinds of chunks of firewood that are almost 2 feet long that make good batons. Come on, let's take it in the backyard.
Oh yeah. Backyard would be like a cage match. You got plenty of props back there to use.
Yeah. Weapons. You betcha. Yeah. And you don't want to do it in the front yard because you end up with an audience that ain't paying to watch the show. So why do it? I'll take it out back unless I get paid for it. Then we'll bring it up front. Yeah. But this little lady.
Yeah, she had carries a revolver, and she's got this big big can. It looked like bear spray that she carries with
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
And they're like, why do you have both? She's like, well, if someone's attacking me, I'm going to shoot them. And if it doesn't kill them, but they're still being ornery, they're going to get the pepper spray where I shot them.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh.
And this little old lady, she looked like Betty White, just this little sweet little old lady. She's like, I'm going to shoot them. And then I'll pepper spray the gun wounds if they don't settle down.
And then I watched a video on that issue and it was with a couple of top self-defense attorneys nationally. And both of them, they said it's a real troubling situation in the courtroom. You shoot somebody out of necessity. I mean, they had a weapon. They're definitely out to commit severe bodily harm and or death. It's imminent. They're going to do that to you. You don't have a choice and you fire on them. It puts them down, but it doesn't kill them. Should you provide the weapon's gone now? If they drop the weapon, it's way away from them. Should you provide medical aid to that person to help them survive? The attorneys, every one of them said, absolutely not. Don't touch that person. No way. That person just tried to kill you. You are under no obligation to provide medical care to that person. It's actually the worst thing you can do because the prosecution will say, because you will be prosecuted in any self-defense shooting. Everybody in self-defense, except for this tiny, tiny, minute number of people, everybody goes to jail. They might go to jail for the night. They might go to jail for a week. They might be there for 30 days. But everybody gets arrested for shooting somebody because the act of taking somebody's life or shooting them is a crime until proven otherwise. They find out you have the right to carry the gun. They talk to witnesses or they look at the evidence, say, yeah, this guy was evidently attacking them. It's very obvious self-defense will release him. Doesn't mean we're not going to charge him because we could charge him with something like he discharged a firearm in city limits. You just broke a crime even though you didn't break the crime shooting the guy and killing him. You still broke the crime of discharging that firearm in your city limits. They can charge you with that. It's a misdemeanor, but you can still spend 180 days behind bars for it. So they'll find a reason to charge you. That's what they're there for, is to find the crime, you know? So then they got on that topic. I shot the guy. He fell down. The gun's about 6 or 8 feet from him. And I sprayed him right in the wound with pepper spray. This old bitch screaming and trying to crawl towards his weapon. And I sprayed him in the wound again, kept spraying him in the wound until finally he screamed and hollered and gave up and was curled up and freaking out. That person that did that had a hell of a time winning their case. The position the prosecution took was, you tried to kill him, and then you tortured him instead. Yeah, killing him wasn't enough. You just wanted to torture him then. Oh, shit. Yeah, don't look good. It don't look good. In the court. You know, it don't look good in the court. On the scene, people would probably go, spray him again! You know, everybody would yell, spray him again! Just like with the providing medical care to a person that's you shot. Or you're trying to stop the bleeding of the wound and blah, blah, blah. They get you in court. Doesn't matter if the person lived or died. Well, it does matter, because if he lived, you're going to have a civil suit no matter what. They're going to sue you, even though if you win the defense case, you're still going to get sued civilly. Now you got to convince a jury somehow that you were in the right, they were in the wrong, period. You don't owe anything. It's a pro and a con. Civil suits, It doesn't have to be beyond a reasonable doubt. We think he's guilty. That's really where civil court goes. We think he's guilty, so we'll find him guilty. So you got to convince that jury to not think you're guilty. It's difficult. Because a lot of the evidence that's allowed isn't allowed in a criminal trial. So you got all kinds of different battles. Well, these lawyers are saying, so you provide medical care to a person. Now you're in front of the court. What's the prosecutor going to say to you? Prosecutor's going to say, tell me, why did you try to kill this person and then try to save him? Did you try to save him because you felt bad about what you did? Did you do it because you did not believe that he should die? Did you do it because you felt wrong for shooting him in the first place? Oh, shit. That without you getting on the witness stand for yourself and saying, no, I didn't want him to die even when I shot him. My shot very well could have killed him, and I knew that. In fact, I expected that it would probably kill him, but it didn't kill him. But he was no longer a threat, so I wanted to provide aid because I don't want anybody to die, even the bad guy. I don't want anybody to die. That'll help you win that case. That plays to the jury's feelings that he didn't have a choice at this point but to pull the trigger. After the trigger was pulled and the threat was on,
changed.
The situation totally changed. And now, because of his own humanity, he wanted to save that person. He knew the person had it coming anyway. But why let the person die if you don't have to? That helps play to the jury. It's weird to see attorneys say, make sure before you draw that weapon and actually discharge it that all your ducks are in a row. That person is armed. They're an imminent threat. They're definitely going to hurt you or kill you. Then shoot, step back, and shut up. The police, you give them the basic incident. You tell them, I was walking down the street here, and that character come across the street, got in front of me, and pulled a firearm out and stuck it in my face. And told me, give me your wallet. I reached back. I said, okay. Reached back. And instead of my wallet, I pulled out my firearm and I fired instantly because that barrel was pointing right in my face. And that's what happened. Well, what happened afterwards? Well, I'd rather have an attorney present now for any more details. I'd rather have an attorney. I gave you the basics of what happened. Now I want an attorney. Shut up. I mean, we're our own worst enemy with the mouth. I mean, just shut up. Because anything you say, and that's why it's in the Miranda rights, anything you say can and will be, doesn't say might be, says can and will be used against you, it says. Not to your benefit, against you in a court of law. People don't, that one line there says, shut up, don't say nothing. Because you can say, I was walking down the street, smelling the flowers and tiptoeing through the tulips. I'm such a peaceful person. And then this person confronted me with a gun. I had to shoot him. Now you're nuts. So you're telling us that you're this fairyland peaceful person, and all of a sudden you cracked and went crazy and shot this guy. Wow. Are we supposed to believe you're a peaceful person or a murderer? Uh-oh. I shouldn't have said so much. I should have just said I was walking on the sidewalk, came up to my face with a gun in my face. I managed to draw my gun and shoot him because I didn't want to die. Period. Done. Anything else you want to know? I'll talk to you through my attorney. Bye. That's like I've got USCCA insurance, right? If I have to use my firearm on somebody, I might be in jail for maybe 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. I don't even think it'd be that long because USCCA is based out of Wisconsin, and one of their top attorneys that takes most of their self-defense cases, he takes 80% of their self-defense cases in Wisconsin. He only lives about 2 hours south of me. He'd be on scene. He'd have a check to cover the bail, and he's the hell out of here. And having that insurance is nice. Can you imagine me having to do time in a prison? Just jail to start with would be a bitch. Prison's a little better. The mattresses are a lot thicker. Jailhouse is just a steel bed with about 1.5 inches mattress covered with plastic that's stuffed with fucking newspapers. How do I know that? Because I was in jail once and one of those mattresses was cut open, and me and another prisoner were pulling the stuff and out reading the funny pages, the cartoons in there, all the comics. They got pissed at us, said that we damaged county property. No. You go back, because they're videoing you constantly in the common room. And they saw the other guy I was with pull it out of our room, and the whole end of it was cut open and down about 1/3 of the length of the thing. It was already cut all wide open. We didn't have any knives or any sharp instruments in it. So we told them, go back, look at the video. You'll see we didn't destroy it. We just pulled the pages out. I said, plus one time there, we had it laid over our table. They got a little table, steel bench you can't move. We had it laid over the table, and we're flipping the pages in the mattress. It never took the pages out. We're just flipping them in the mattress. And they tried to say we destroyed their property. Not us, no. We're not lawbreakers. No, we don't do that shit. Yeah. It's a lot of people think they have this automatic right to shoot somebody. I got a concealed carry license. I can defend myself. Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means you must be hospitalized for 24 hours or more. And or it creates an ongoing health condition that limits your ability to function. So keep that in mind. A fat lip, a cut lip, a busted nose technically is not great bodily harm. They will beat that every time. They say, oh, Jesus Christ, almost every kid in high school had that shit happen to them. That's the way they present it. And you have to say, oh, but I'm not in high school, and I'm a frail little old lady with mace and a 44 mag. And that's the thing I hope society starts realizing. There are those little old ladies out there. So be careful who you mess with. You really want to, unless you got a death wish, you don't want to mess with people, man. It's getting to that point where more and more people are preparing to defend themselves. And I know
that was another article out of Texas. This was years back. I read it that it pops up every once in a while on Facebook. Someone will post it because it's funny. But yeah, cop pulled old lady over. I saw she had gun sitting on the seat. And she's like, well, I've got a permit for my gun.
Right. And Texas is open carry anyway. As long as it's in view. Yeah.
And she's like, so I can carry that, and I can have the one in my glove box and the one that's in my purse. and and the one that's down here between the seats. He's like, with all those guns, why you got all those guns? What are you afraid of? She's like, not a damn thing.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of nothing.
Yeah.
Well, and that's it. That is it. I had an individual last week ask me, aren't you a little nervous? Because we got some thugs running around our town. We got a lot of people doing meth and the like, and they're getting bolder. I saw it at an elderly apartment building. We're out in this common smoke room, and we had 3 homeless individuals, 2 of them very, very evidently they're either shooting up heroin or they're doing crack. They were off. I mean, they were definitely off the tracks. They come into that smoke room, and there's about 8 of us seniors sitting there just smoking and bullshit. And these 3 young guys come in, and they announce to the whole room, hey, come on, folks, help us out. Each of you, come on, pony up $5 a piece. Help us out. I spoke right up and I said, you're going to get more than $5 if you don't turn your ass around and get out of here. This is technically private property of the residents of this building. And you were not invited, and you do not live in this building, so get the hell out. And one of them told me, he says, I got the right to go anywhere I want. I said, yeah, and I got the right to stop you too. And he stood back. I said, you don't fuck with me. Don't do it. Just, you guys need to leave. You need to get out of this building. And I told the gal next to me, I said, you can start dialing 911. Call the cops. I'll keep them busy till the cops get here. Because once they leave the scene, the cops ain't going to do nothing. They just say, well, it's over. We ain't going to do nothing. Keep them there and try to keep them on the edge of being hostile. Or when the cops show up, because they'll mouth off to the cop, oh, guess where you're going? Well, those guys backed out and walked away. Well, nobody in that room didn't know that I'm carrying a 9mm on my hip. I've got a holster that hides the whole gun. I carry in plain sight, and you don't know that it's a pistol. You see what you think is just like a utility pouch or a fanny pack kind of deal. Yeah, there's no way you're suspecting that's a firearm. And the folks in that shack asked me, how can you stand up to them 3 young guys? 2 of them were pretty damn big. I said, I didn't stand up to them. I sat here and told them the way it was. And they said, weren't you afraid? I said, no, I wasn't afraid at all. I wasn't afraid. If they want to try to assault me, none of their food's going to taste right for 3 days because their whole face is going to be covered in mace. I said, and if they still approach, especially if there's more than one person, that's imminent threat of death or bodily injury. I said, I'd stop them before he got halfway through the smoke room. He wouldn't be getting up again. I said, so I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of these sons of bitches. I refuse to be afraid, to go through life always being afraid. Am I a little nervous? Oh, yeah. But that nervousness keeps my situational awareness sharp. And that's key, is knowing what's going on around you all the time. Look for people that are different. They're standing out. They're acting unusual. Look for them in the area that you're in. And keep an eye on them, because they might react. They might do something. Your intuition goes a long ways. But your intuition isn't going to kick in unless you visually catch something that's different. So you want to keep that situational awareness all the time. Is this a normal situation? Does everybody look normal? Yeah, it looks like a normal group of people. Everything's fine. Or, yeah, it all looks normal except that one character over there. He's acting real nervous and kind of acting odd. And then lo and behold, the son of a bitch pulls a big butcher knife out or firearm. And you're like, yeah, I pegged him. I knew he was. There's something not quite right with that one. Because you're being situational aware. Make sure the situation is always normal, always on that normal plane. Like, yeah, everything's looking good, everything's normal. Yeah, Marine Mom says, always listen to your gut. You betcha. You betcha. That's a big issue. Is a lot of times people second think what their instincts are telling them.
Well, there's few things that'll mess you up more than indecision. You know?
And that's it. You don't have time for indecision. You don't have time. And that's what, through the firearm training I took, literally, from the time you touch that sidearm, you're under imminent threat. From the time you touch that sidearm until you're putting it back in that holster, it's pull the trigger. You are going to pull that trigger. You don't pull it out and go, no, you pull it out. You have an acquired target and you squeeze. You don't have time to think. People don't realize that with a semi-automatic and even with a pistol, actually with a pistol, it's a couple fractions of a second less. You can get 3 rounds out in the first second. You can get, on an average, 6 to 9 rounds out in the first 3 seconds. So do that. Stop and think and go, 1001. Boom, 3 shots have been fired. 1001. 3 shots have been fired. 1001, 1002, 1003. Boom, 9 shots have been fired. What the hell? There's no time to think. You don't have time to think about it. You need to know what you're going to do the minute you touch the deterrent, whether it's mace or it's the firearm. I've seen videos of that, and I think it's ridiculous. Somebody pulls out a can of mace, and they're going, "Stop! I'll spray you. I'll stop. I'm telling you, stop, or I'll spray you." And they talk for 10 minutes, and then they end up spraying. Why did you pull it out unless you needed it immediately? It's like, right. No, you son of a bitch, that's close enough. Done deal.
Well, and yeah, pulling that mace out and you're holding it there, threatening him with it, taking it and saying, "Oh, you stop. Well, you're letting them know what could happen, give them an opportunity to shield themselves.
Or to back off, go away.
Yeah. Or cover their face, just in case, they're prepped to cover up. And where, you pull it out, you spray. Well, that's a surprise.
Right.
They don't get that time to react.
They don't see that shit coming. And that's one thing I have to say, because I'm a very strong proponent of gel versus spray. Mm-hmm. Spray is oxidized. Wind can blow it the fuck wherever. Shit, it blow it right back in your face. And its range is less. If you're using a spray gel,
it's like silly string.
Yeah, it's a straight stream, solid stream, and you can see the stream, so it's easy to aim and just circle it on their face. Just cover their face, and that shit sticks. And they say, what if they're wearing glasses? Oh yeah, get them on the forehead, the nose, and the mouth. That's where you want to hit. If they're not wearing glasses, get them, do the side to side, right across the eyes and up and down, mouth and nose. It's like going to church. That's what you do with your mace. Yeah. God bless you.
Yeah,
bless
you, child.
with glasses, people don't realize those glasses don't protect you from pepper spray. That shit gets on your eyebrows, your forehead. It runs down. It doesn't even have to touch your eyes. It takes
Just
longer
proximity.
for the effect,
Yeah.
right? But the effect comes on a little slower, but not significantly. Yeah, that capsation doesn't have to be right on the eye. It has to be just close to it. But if you get it on the eyes, it's almost instantaneous. They're fucked up. They can still be combative, but they can't see where the shit. I mean, so you can dodge around and say, "Hey, back off, man. That's enough. I'll spray you again." You know, that's when you say, "Back off. I'll spray you again," because now you know that you've already reduced the risk, and now you're warning them. I'm going to take the risk totally out of this if you don't stop, man. I'm going to spray the living hell out until this canister's empty. That'll usually stop them because they're already feeling the effect and they're thinking, more? No, I don't want more. That's one thing I found out in Wisconsin too that's weird. See, now keep in mind, the laws change in every state. You have to look at your state that you're going to be carrying a firearm or defense item and all of its laws. You have to look at the laws pertaining to that so that you don't break the law, right? Okay. Also, you have to look at the municipality you're in. If you're in an incorporated community, they have the right to pass community regulations. So you have to look and check that community out. Maybe that community has banned the use of mace in that community. They have the ability to do that. What I don't like, it's not their obligation to post it and let you know that. It's your obligation to check the law. Now I looked at our law here in Ashland. I'm saying, yeah, it's the state. Whatever the state says, Ashland goes with. I like that because it's easy. It's easy. Traveling
and that's
state.
something I check every few times a year. I take and I hop on there and check. It's like, okay, has the castle law changed in Wisconsin? Because you never know what they're doing down
See
south.
now,
What are they doing? What are they playing with?
now that's a key thing. The castle doctrine and the stand your ground doctrine technically does not apply in Wisconsin. You have no more rights in your home than you have outside your home.
Right.
So, but outside the home, you have the right to conceal and carry. You have the right to use that weapon to stop an imminent threat. Same thing in your house. The only difference is the portion of castle doctrine that Wisconsin recognizes is if someone breaks into your house, they're uninvited and they break into your house. That doesn't mean the door had to be locked. They could have opened the door and stormed in your house. They come in your house uninvited and you tell them, get out, and they're still coming. Now you can react because you have the right to assume that if you don't know the individual, they're breaking into your home unannounced, uninvited, they are an imminent threat to your life and an imminent threat to severe injury. So you have the right then to react. Now that's one thing too. I've watched several things on what do you do after the shooting. Some guy was at your door beating the hell out of your door, busted the glass out, and you're at a position you can see he's got a firearm, and you shoot him through the door, through the broken window. You don't hit the door, you just shoot him through the broken window, and he drops right outside your front door, right there. People say, drag him in the house because you're,
Now, do we have confluence laws for Wisconsin?
Wait.
Okay.
People think that under the castle doctrine, the body needs to be in the house. Don't touch that fucking body. Whatever you shot, leave it where it lays. because they will charge you with tampering with evidence. That's an instant. They will charge you if you touch anything. In the state of Wisconsin, like I said, you have the same rights in your house as you have out of your house. So it doesn't matter if you shoot them in the backyard, front yard, front porch, at your doorstep, or in your living room. It doesn't matter where you shot them. Did you have the right to shoot him? That's all that matters in Wisconsin. I like that because it is so straightforward and basic. I have the right to defend myself. Now in Wisconsin, you do not have the right to physically and forcibly defend property.
Right.
So somebody shows up to your house, starts smashing all the windows on your car. You can't go out there and shoot them. You can't go out there and mace them. You can go out there and tell them, quit beating the shit out of my fucking car. They turn with that instrument they're breaking the windows with and come at you. Now the situation has changed. They're now an immediate threat. Now you can react with extreme force, but not while they're busting the windows out of your car. They can bust your windows all damn day long. You can go out there and yell and shout at them, stop, stop. Don't put your hands on the person. Don't put your hands on them. That's what 911's for.
Mm-hmm.
And with cameras today, it's 911 and hit the camera. Da, 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 da. I found that out on my phone. I can have 911 on the phone and be filming at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I can run both apps at the same time. And I didn't realize, and that was funny because I had the camera running, and a phone call came in, and I trying to get to it. The camera's still running. I tried to get to it. Too late. They hung up. And I don't know how. I hit this button that's on my phone that, what's it say here? It's kind of funny. Didn't even know it existed. When I pull it up, it says emergency call. There's a button for emergency call. What the hell is that? So I pushed it. I shouldn't have pushed it. It dialed our local sheriff's department that fast. Well, the GPS in my phone tells
the nearest
emergency.
That's
the 911 call to the nearest emergency center. And I told him, I said, I'm sorry, it was kind of a butt dial. Well, and the dispatcher, she was good about it. I said, it wasn't really a butt dial. It was a butt head dial. I was being a butt head. I said I was filming something, and a call came in. I missed the call, and I was looking, trying to pull the call back up, and I bumped this button that says emergency call. She goes, oh, yeah, some phones have that hotkey at the bottom of their keypad.
Mm-hmm.
That's so you don't have to dial 111. You just hit that one button, and it'll dial the nearest emergency call center. Well, shit, I've had that phone for 4 years. That would have been nice to know. I dialed 911 probably 5-6 times in the last 4 years, and I had to type it out. That's a hard number to remember, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, that's like on my phone, you know, because if I got the keypad or the phone part up, that's got the emergency call. But
right.
If my phone, black screen that's locked, saying there, you hit the button to bring up the home screen, like you're going to unlock the phone.
Yep. And it's got it right there.
That you can call without unlocking the phone.
Right. You don't have to unlock the phone. Just turn the sumbitch on and you swipe to unlock, just one swipe. And right at the bottom, it says emergency call. Mm-hmm. Emergency call. Don't hit that unless it's emergency, because call in the sheriff's department. But that feature is an awesome feature because it's so quick. I mean, it's just one. Yeah, turn the phone on, swipe, hit the button, and they'll be on the phone with you in a second. And that's one thing they say too is a self-defense situation. Do that. Dial 911 as soon as you can. Don't wait till the whole incident's over. Try to dial it at the beginning of the incident or in the center of it when it is opportune for you to just swipe the phone, get that emergency call. Because, and then if you want, just drop the phone on the ground if you don't think you're going to be moving around. It's so that the 911 dispatcher can hear what is occurring. Then they can ping your phone, know right where the hell you are, and they'll show up right there. And people say, well, that doesn't always work. Well, it sure worked for me when I was paralyzed with a diabetic coma and had to use my knuckles, crippled up hands. I couldn't dial the phone. I finally got 911 on there. And the dispatcher right away, she says, are you so-and-so? Well, yeah. Do you live at this address? Yeah. I couldn't talk. And she goes, well, Mr. So-and-so, where the ambulance is en route. We're on our way. Oh, okay, I never told her who the fuck I was or where I lived. The phone did. The phone told her. That, and people say, well, that's such an invasion of privacy and this and that. I can see how it could be, or how it could be misused. But why would they misuse it on me or you? We're no big deal in the whole scheme of things. But if I was a senator, I could see them screwing with me, and screwing with stuff, because I'd be an important figurehead in the world. But if you're just another person in the damn world, they're not fucking with your information and screwing you and this and that, especially in that kind of case. That it works to your benefit. It works to your benefit. After watching that one murder case where they actually track the person's footsteps because they're carrying their phone. There were 3 people involved. They had their phones on, and they showed where each individual was exactly at what time and how many footsteps between point A and point B. How do they get the footsteps? Well, went into detail. It was in the court. I mean, they're questioning this tech. How do they determine the footsteps? They can determine he started at point A and ended at point B, and that's so many feet or yards. But footsteps, they go, it's not hard. It's not hard. All we have to do to get the footsteps is all we need is the height of the individual and their inseam from crotch to the bottom of their foot. Put it in there. It converts meters to feet, feet to footsteps. Boom, 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 boom. Now we know exactly how many footsteps they took to that location. I go, that's pretty fucking cool, actually. I'm not
a lot of people
criminal.
don't realize that your default settings on Google Maps or Apple Maps keeps track of everywhere you go. It's like you can get a month. I get a monthly email telling me everywhere I went for this month, all the places I went, how many miles I traveled. Which I like posting up on my Facebook. It's like this year, drove 130,000 miles. And all those little pins.
Yeah.
But if you're up to something bad, leave your phone at home.
That's it. Don't bring it with you. I told people.
Tell on you.
I had people ask me, what is the very first thing you're going to do if the shit hits the fan? I said, first thing I'm going to do is head down here to Quick Trip. And I'm going to sit there, park there. And I'm going to watch people come and go. And I'm going to wait till I see a pickup truck that's got Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, California plates on it. And it doesn't have a tonneau cover. And I'm going to stroll over by that pickup truck when they're in the store. And I'm going to toss my cell phone in it. And I'm going to head somewhere else. Not to where they're from. I'm heading somewhere else. But if they're trying to track me, they're tracking me to fucking Kansas or California or someplace. This tourist is taking me somewhere. At least that's what they think. But I ain't going there. If they're tracking,
even better yet, you can go down to the Quick Trip down by Walmart there. Just walk behind one of those trailers.
Track your trailer and prop it in the door handle. Bye. God knows where I'm going. I'm going all over the country.
Tuck it in the DOT bumper, and then there it goes cross country.
Yeah. And someone like me, I always got a roll of duct tape in the truck. Duct tape that some bitch up under the frame, and make sure it's fully.
If you got a good magnet on it, like mine.
Yeah, yours with that magnet. And make sure the phone is well charged. You want it to last for a day or two, so that whoever's taking it gets quite a ways away from where you are. There you go. Native Kutsa. I watched a video on that. Some of the more modern phones actually have that app. You can get that app. I can get it on my phone, where it'll track my footsteps, and it kind of gives you a health rating based on how fast you're hiking and walking. And I'm thinking of actually using it this summer to see if I can progress, get better. Right now, if I push myself, I can walk a half mile one way and a half mile back. So I can walk about a mile before I'm burned out. I want that up to
I'll send you the app that I use, because it gives you GPS tracking on it too. So I'll show you the route that you took and how far you went.
Well, that's neat. That's because some of the places that's some of the places in the Schwalmingen Forest that I go. That'd be neat to be able to track that. I give my phone to a goose. Yeah, it's heading south, man. That sucker went to Mexico. No kidding. Too bad you can't strap it to a monarch butterfly. Some bitch's going to show up in Chile. Survived a head-on collision, JCT. What in the world happened? Oh man, that ain't good. My poor truck. And I got to figure out how to fix that tonneau cover. I might do it when you get home. Have you help me kind of figure it out, what we can do.
We'll see if we can cannibalize any of the parts off of my tonneau cover that's in the shed. Because you might be able to use some of that trim stuff or whatever. I don't know.
Well, there's no damaged parts. It's the thick ass double-sided adhesive strip that goes at the front of the box by the cab. That adhesive strip, the tonneau cover's ripped off of it. Now, I looked in the store and I talked to the guys at L&M. There's really nothing in the stores of that strength that shit is. That shit's like liquid nails.
Right.
But I was looking at it and I'm thinking, maybe we can get it up there, clamp it in place, drill through it, use self-tapping steel screws, metal screws, with that decorative retainer ring on the screw, and screw it down in like 4 or 5 places. That'll keep it down. That'll hold it in place. That fucker ain't coming off. Let's pull the screws out. But I might need some help doing that. So that's what
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's it. Is you gotta, with some of the phones, it's actually about a 6-step process you gotta go through to totally lock your phone up, so they can't track it. Because if you have any Google apps on, you are being tracked. You cannot use Google at all on your phone without being tracked. Now, people say, oh, yes, you can. You can lock your phone from being tracked and go ahead and use Google. No, your phone won't track you anymore, but Google does. Google still tracks your phone. So you have to, there's certain apps you got to make sure you're not running, because those apps are tracking your phone. Your phone isn't tracking itself anymore, but your apps are. That's the tricky part. And it varies. I watched all these videos one afternoon. I probably watched 15 videos on it. And I was just amazed at how much that varies what you got to do to get your phone track free on the different brands of phones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because every brand of phone has that tracking set up differently. The settings are different. Because I know with my phone, I think it's 5 steps I got to go through to make it untrackable. I don't care. They can track my ass. I don't care.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. I mean, heck, I'm tracked by the truck as already.
Right.
The truck has GPS tracking. Our trailers have their own GPS tracking.
Right.
So, it's like, well, what's
when I thought about that, the way trailers have their own GPS independent from the tractor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I get that because somebody steals the trailer. You can find it. And you can't drop that trailer without letting the company know that's exactly where that trailer is, and it's no longer attached to my ass. Because all of a sudden they're looking at, you're in Iowa and the trailer's somewhere in Missouri. Right. And he's supposed to deliver tomorrow morning in Iowa, but his trailer's still in Missouri. What the hell is going on? I get that. I can understand that.
Well, and the way they've got it set up, like for our system, but the new computer system they put on the truck itself has its own cellular and Wi-Fi.
Right.
And that's what the electronic logs and tracking connect to, is that the truck's Wi-Fi. Well, when the truck is within, I think it's 20 feet of any of our trailers, for longer than 5 minutes, the trailer pings off of it. It pings off of it, saying, "Hey, I'm near this truck." So like when we're sitting in a yard, your truck might be saying, "Hey, this truck is near 3 trailers." Because it's pinging off with the closest truck. But you could tell if that truck is with that trailer. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's I get how they can apply that to the business side of it. I leave my tracker on. I don't do anything that is, I think, suspicious. But when I go to the woods by myself all the time, if something happens, someone can find me. That's it. And that's if a person is going out in the backcountry. I've done it many a times. I'll be in a campground somewhere, and I've got cell service. I'll text somebody and tell them, "Hey, I'm going to such and such a place." Well, they know that's a 4-mile hike in there, but they know that's where I'm going. And tell them, "Yeah, that's what I'm doing this afternoon." Well, if nobody hears from me or sees me tomorrow, they know where to go look, because I told them that's where I'm going. But guess what? I leave in the truck when I park it and start hiking in. I leave the phone in the truck. Some bitch is probably going to be 8 out of 10 times. It's been 2 out of 4. You know, 1 out of 2 times. You know. But the phone ain't working in that backcountry. You ain't got no signal. You ain't calling nobody. You ain't texting nobody. Can they track the phone? 9 out of 10 times, yes. They can track the phone, but there's not enough signal for services to be used. But they're still able to track the phone. So some people will take their phone with because they figure if something happens to me, they can track where I am based on the phone. But and that, to me, the tracking on the phone, if I'm in the backcountry and I'm alone and people don't know exactly where I'm going to be because I'm exploring, I'm wandering, then I take the phone with and I shut the son of a bitch off. It's still tracking me. That's one thing people don't realize either. You shut your phone off. That doesn't mean it's not tracking anymore. It's not tracking your activity on the phone because you're not active on the phone, but it's tracking your GPS. And people don't get that. I saw that in that murder case. Because the defendant swore up and down his phone was turned off. And the cellular company, the professional witness, said, oh, yes, it shows right here. In fact, when you look at the history in the phone, it shows phone out of service, phone turned off. And then it shows where you went. And then it shows phone on. And it says phone out of service, which means you're out of tower range. And then it shows you coming back and you get into that service area and it pops up phone in service. Call made, text made, this, that. So yeah, that individual had his phone off, but they tracked where that phone went during the time it was turned off. Didn't track any activity because he had it turned off. The only activity it showed was where's the phone at? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there was. Huh?
I was going to say the native roots of that is so common too. Is you tell people I'm going to be such a place out in the woods, and I've done it. I've gotten out there and I thought, shit, it's only 1.5 miles that way to go see this. I'm going to go over there. Now, if somebody knew that part of the woods, they could come to where I said it was going to go, and they'd say, oh, you know what? Such and such is over there about 1.5 miles. He may have headed over there. And they would go look if they knew those woods. But if they don't know the woods where you're going, they just know where you said you'll be, they're going to tell the cops, yeah, he's at such a waterfall. Well, they're going to go search around the waterfall, and that's it. But if you knew those woods, you know there's 3 other waterfalls downstream that aren't even listed on a map or anything. And you could say, he went out to that waterfall, but you know what? He might have got distracted and wandered downstream to see those other waterfalls. Oh, well, we'll look down there for, oh, sure, we found him at the second waterfall. He fell in and drowned with a big smile on his face. What was his name? Sty. Hey, Blake Hurst. Driving water.
Yeah, parking water. Yeah. I have to go down to New Bedford in the morning.
Oh, fun.
Oh, yeah. Not meant for trucks down there.
Oh, yeah, Justin. There's a lot of apps that if you have the cell number of somebody, there's apps, you can put that cell number in. That app will then give you that cell number's location. Mm-hmm. So you can track their phone where they're at. It won't tell you what texts they're making or other things they're doing, but it'll tell you where they are. That is, I tell you what, if I had my
I'm
4
glad
kids,
we didn't have that in the 90s.
I was just going to say, my 4 kids would hate me because if I let them have cell phones, every one of them, I'd be tracking them. I wouldn't have to ask anymore. Where in the hell were you at 11 o'clock at night? You were supposed to be home at 9. You didn't show up until 1. And something happened at 11 o'clock. Where were you at 11? I wouldn't have to ask that. I'd open that app and go, they were on the scene of the bad incident.
Yeah.
Right in your face, you little monster. I caught
Although
Oh,
out of us 4 kids, I'd be the one that would left it downstairs with the tape recording going like I'm talking on the phone.
but it would show that you're downstairs and not over at that incident. So,
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't take it with me.
So right. And the thing is you know your dad. If I heard you talking down there too long to yourself, I'd be checking in. What the hell are you doing? Our house was so different. Dad stuck his nose in everything. I loved sticking my nose in the kids' room going, what are you up to? My youngest daughter hated it, man. I think 5-6 times she got mad because I grabbed her right by the waistband of her pants and drag her ass back through the window as she tried to sneak out of her bedroom. And she'd go, why did you come in here? I just had a gut feeling you're going to crawl out the window. And you were. I got you. Blah, 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 blah. And I always told my kids, Running Water probably remembers, but it was something I repeated quite often. You ain't going to do nothing I haven't done or haven't thought of doing when I was a teenager. So I remember what it was like to be a teenager, and actually a bad one. So trying to plan bad shit was a little tough in our house because I'd been there, done that. I could put myself back in that mode and say, oh, I seen him carrying such in his room. I know what's going on with that shit. You know, I did that when I was a kid, and it was up to no good. I'd just go in there and have a little chat and talk to him, and somehow the truth will come out. And I can say, you ain't doing that shit. No. But that's life. I mean, and that's being involved with your children is what that is. That's not ignoring what they do, but just let shit happen. Yeah, Lori, that if your battery dies, at least they know the last point where that phone was. I did see in that trial I watched where it showed battery low in what they were able to pull off that cell phone, where it's saying text at such a time, call at such a time for so many minutes, and then battery low warning. And it would say an approximate amount of time left on the battery or percentage. And that would pop up about every 3-4 minutes. It would pop up battery low warning, percentage, blah, blah. And it's pretty cool though, you know.
Wow, and see, and that tracking could be handy too. You know, I had a situation. This was 5 years back. Out there, had the cops come out because some lady pointed me out as the person that attacked her on such and such a date, and I'm like, hold that thought. You have a fax number? I said, here's my company. Call them and have them send you the logbooks of where I was at that point.
Right.
I said, because we're all electronic logs. I can't alter the logs.
Halfway across the damn country. You got the wrong boy, lady.
It's just like, oh, yeah, he was 1,200 miles away. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, so you're looking for someone that looks like me.
Right.
You know, so that helps you. You're welcome.
That's it. If you want to draw a picture of me and use that to watch for that guy, I'll know I'll probably get stopped a few times. but you might catch the guy because he looks like me, Yeah, Native Kutsa, that's right. That came up in that murder trial I watched. It'll tell you if the backlight is on. It'll tell you if the camera is on and whether it's in landscape or portrait. It'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like some of the details they were able to get. Watching that murder trial, I lost interest in the murder. I figured, yeah, he killed him. Yeah. But I couldn't quit watching because of the information I was getting.
Yeah, that
on
metadata.
all of that data that they were coming up with, stuff that some of those things I was totally aware of. Other things I'm going, you gotta be shitting me. Are you kidding? That is insane. It's awesome and a little scary. But then I always tell myself, and I tell others too when they act kind of paranoid. Oh, they can see everything I do. They know everything I'm doing on that phone. They're all paranoid about it. And I tell them, well, are you doing something wrong? What do you mean? Well, if you're not doing something wrong, what do they got on you? That's why I don't mess with the settings on my phone much, because I sit on YouTube and tell you people what the hell I do. I'm an open book because I'm not a lawbreaker. I'm not a criminal.
Seeing that data tracking, that's something that is a hot topic for us truckers. That is constantly brought up on safety wise. It's like, yeah, you get in an accident, they will subpoena your phone and they'll have full record of, yeah, were you using the phone? What keystrokes did you make? What apps were you using before that accident happened? It's like, you were distracted, weren't you?
Native Kutsa hit the nail on the head. I wasn't going to disclose which trial it was, but that's the trial right there. Yeah, he's guilty as sin. There's a lot of guilty people in that family. There's a lot of shenanigans, a lot of bad things happen in that whole issue. And it led to other trials. And there's trials that still haven't happened yet on that whole story. But his wife and son, that's a done deal. He found guilty. That son of a bitch should burn. I'm telling you. I watched that. And I tried to watch from the perspective of what if I was on the jury and I had to be impartial. I had to really look at both sides and what was presented. Justin said he watched some of that case too. It's crazy that I watched the whole thing. Everything they allowed videoed in the courtroom. So I sat at the end of that. I didn't care. The verdict hadn't come in yet. And I weighed prosecution versus defense, who put up the best argument and the best sound, logical facts. Because some facts just aren't logical. I mean, they might be the truth, but fuck, that ain't even logical, And so I look at it as, is the fact actually logical? And that's the nice thing about a jury is judges don't tell us that on the jury. I've been on the jury 5 times now in my lifetime. The judges never tell you that. You, as a juror, have the right to judge the individuals in the case and the law. They won't tell you that. They won't tell you that because they don't want you going against their law. But you have the right as the juror to say, well, that fucking law doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even logical. It obviously violates a person's rights. That law is not just. So they may have done this, but the way they applied that law was not just. So I'm going to rule in their favor because the law is wrong. The law is just definitely wrong, and I can't, in good conscience, find a person guilty for a law that is totally off the wall. You have that right as a juror. You don't have to explain why you found somebody innocent or guilty. You don't have to explain yourself. Now, I've seen cases where the judges have actually asked jurors why they made a decision they made. That is unconstitutional. The judge has absolutely no right to go into the mind of a juror. That juror gets
they're only allowed to poll the jury, and that they can individually say whether they thought it was guilty or not guilty. But you can't ask them how they came to that.
Right. You have to give them the presumption of, based on all the facts, that's where they came from. That's where their decision came from their perspective. All those facts put together, they weighed up, they came up with a decision. If one of those facts happens to be because they give you the law, they always do that. They give you the statute that person violated, and you read that statute and go, "Are you fucking crazy? I didn't even know such a law existed. That's insane. There's no way in hell a person should be guilty of that law, because the law shouldn't even exist. I cannot, in good faith, find a person guilty for a law that shouldn't even be on the books." You have the right to use that, because that's one of the facts of the case, is the law itself. And that's where judges get their tits in a wringer, is when they say, "Oh, you consider the law, you can't do that." Well, then why'd you give it to us? It's in our packets of evidence, is the law. So shouldn't the law, along with all the rest of the evidence, be equally judged? Absolutely. As a juror, you have the right to do that.
Yep. And a lot of people don't realize the law is just like science. You have the fact right now, but that could be changed.
That can be changed, exactly. I love it. I love it.
New information can come, and hey, the law isn't exactly the way you go back 60 years, and you could beat your wife for the mop handle as long as it wasn't bigger than your thumb, because that's what the law said. Didn't mean it was right, but
right. Now, I loved it because, and I don't remember the individual's name, but he was in aerospace, in that field, and he was one of the top in his field in physics. And I mean, this guy is he was one of these guys. He was born with a brain that big. They probably had to do a C-section to get his head out, because the son bitch is so fucking smart. You listen to him and you just go, "Oh my God, he's like my fucking laptop. He knows every fucking thing," kind of that deal. Well, this guy gets on there and makes a very simple comment, and it blew up on him. He had about half of the scientific community praising him, the other half wanting to burn him at the stake, because he said, "The only reason I got into science," he says, I had the ability to go into something in a field of science more mundane. Like, I could have been an archaeologist. I could have gone into math. I could have, become a world-renowned mathematician. I could have got into medicine, that field of science. He says, but science is science is science. And what I love about it, what got me into my field of science is the act of proving current science wrong. He said, you are not practicing science if you're buying into anything. A good scientist never buys into it. Here's all the facts, boom. That's what's accepted today. You accept that's what's accepted today. But now you're challenged to prove it wrong. That something may have changed. since they come up with that. It's just like fucking dinosaurs. When I was a kid, I went to South Dakota. They got the big dinosaur park out there in the middle of the Badlands. It's just some greasy spoon restaurant with all these concrete dinosaurs out there. And then, as a kid, I was out there. I loved it. Touching the monsters, the big dinosaurs. Then, as a young adult, I'm reading a National Geographic, and they showed that park. And I'm going, I was there when I was a kid. I was at that park. That's so cool. So I'm reading that article, and oh, fuck. They had 15 fucking dinosaurs in concrete out there. Out of those 15, 7 of them had the wrong fucking heads on them. 7 of them had dinosaur heads on them that were never on that dinosaur body ever. But, and that article said, however, back in the 1960s and prior, they were certain that's what that dinosaur looked like. Science said, yeah, that's it. We found all these bones of this big body and this head that was real close to it. Okay, it was close to it. It wasn't by the neck or nothing. It was just close to it. What was it, at his ass or something? Where'd you find the head? Well, it's close to it. But they never searched for the bones that went with that head. And they went back to some of these sites and re-excavated, found the skeletons of the actual dinosaur that head belonged to. And it's a totally different fucking dinosaur. But in the 1960s, that was carved in stone, archaeological science that said that is something that walked around in South Dakota. No, it wasn't. That thing didn't even exist. I mean, parts of it did, but not in its entirety. You got swap that head with that guy over there, and take that head from that one and bring it back here. And they had to do that. They went out there, cut the heads off all these dinosaurs that were mispresented and put the right heads on them, because science had proven that the old science was mistaken. And that's the rule of the world. We all have the ability to be mistaken about something. It's so common. We're mistaken all the time. We make mistakes all the time. It happens in science too. And you and I have had that discussion about, okay, they use
salt and sodium.
Oh, fuck that one.
Oh, no, not that one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, not that one. No, when we were talking about, okay, they look at stars outside of our galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
And they see a little spot move across that star. Now, what are they using to see that star? They're using all different types of methods. They're using
spectrometers and radio waves and microwaves and gamma rays.
Different types of methods of seeing these things way out there. But they see that little spot go across that star and they go, oh, that son of a bitch is so far away from this distance from the star. It's the right size. I bet it supports life. Are you fucking kidding me? Tell me it supports life when you get there and see it. Or you get close enough that you can see something walking on it. Don't tell me it probably will support life. You don't know.
Yeah, it's a guess, and it's an educated guess, but it's still a guess for something so far away we'll never reach it.
That's it. And if we did reach it, we might find that it's just a big fucking rock.
Right.
Nothing's
well, see,
and
that's a big issue where, a lot of that is based off of, we've got our own probes and stuff that have gone out, and they're looking at, look at the Earth with the Earth between the sun and see what spectrum you're getting off of the Earth.
Right.
And then we know what elements are here. Well, now when I look at this star over there,
Right.
look at this star and I'm getting the same readings I'm getting from Earth. Well, you don't know what's between that and here.
Right.
You could be
The,
picking up
the
something that
whole
isn't by a star, or
right the whole scale of elements might be actually treated differently way out there somewhere.
Right.
It could be the same elements, but they react and interact differently than they do here. We don't know.
Right.
We don't know.
Right.
So it's all speculation. It's all.
Right.
But then you get these guys that say, "Oh no, we know. We know." Bullshit. You don't know shit. It's like when people tell me, I've had only a couple, thank God, confront me and they say, "Oh, we heard about your cancer, the esophageal cancer, and now in your liver." Oh God, that's terrible. I know exactly what you're going through.
Oh, he bumped his mouse. He bumped his mouse. I know exactly what he's going through.
Yes, left button. Left button. I move my hand on the desk and hit that left button. It throws me right out of the stream. But these guys are this one guy, he's telling me, "Oh, I know exactly what you're going through. It's terrible. Oh, it's just terrible." And I acted. I felt it. I felt that way, and I acted that way in total shock. I go, "Oh my God, you had esophageal cancer and liver cancer? How did they manage to cure you? Did you go through that surgery, the dual opening of your torso and all that?" Because I was going to the nasty details of them. And he goes, "Oh, well, no, I didn't. No, I haven't had that cancer, but I know exactly what you're going through." I said, "You haven't got a fucking clue. You don't have a clue. You only have the clue from my outward, and people in my situation, our outward appearance. That's the only clue you have, is you see me miserable because certain stages of this cancer shit was fucking miserable. You saw that, but now you think you know what it is to have that cancer. No, you don't. It's one of those situations you had to be there. And people don't realize that that involves the whole world, our galaxy, the universe. There are things in life you had to fucking be there to actually know. And so I ask people that a lot of times when they're demanding that they're the official answer on something. Have you been there? 99%, not better than 90%, 99% of the time, it's, well, I haven't been there, but I know. Okay, let's talk about something else, because I know that you don't know, because you haven't been. You had to be there. You had to be there to tell me what it is. Jesus Christ, we sent men to the moon. They got on the moon surface. All of NASA, all of our government, even the astronauts were like, "What the fuck? This ain't nothing like we thought it would be."
Mm-hmm.
We were certain it was going to be this way and that way, and we're going to have all of this dust floating around when we watch it, and it didn't happen. It's not what we expected. What we thought we knew is not. And that was just going to the moon. Now we're going to head to Mars. Oh, fuck. I wish I lived long enough to see the first reports coming back from Mars. You wouldn't believe it here. You know, we sent the rovers out here, and they were here for years looking around and shit. But those were just pictures. You have to experience this shit, because it's not what you thought it was. Oh. But
yeah, I was watching this documentary of this. He's a geologist that was, on the lunar program, to examine the rocks and everything, the stuff that we did manage to bring back. And, and he was taking a saying, because, they're asking, they're like, well, why haven't we gone back? Here
Yeah.
years later, and he's like, well, he's like, the moon back in the 60s and 70s, we got up there, we checked it out, we saw what was there, we could see what was there. And the moon was just like Texas in the 1700s. That everybody knew there was oil down there, but we didn't have the technology to take advantage of it. It's like, there are resources that we could get from the moon that would be very beneficial, especially for fuel, for transportation.
Right.
But we haven't had the technology to utilize it yet.
we can't capitalize on something we don't have the understanding of yet. Right. Can we get that understanding and the technology? When I say understanding, I mean the tech. But can we get to that level? That's should be our concern, not trying to define what we don't even know.
Yeah, because it's like,
what we do know is we need the technology that'll give us those facts up there.
Because it's like the moon. It's like, there's silicate and silicone. Helium-3. That's great for fuel. And
but they don't
have a way to harvest it and use it.
The technology's not there to process some of these things, especially in that hostile environment. So they've got
and have it benefit us here. Right?
They have a huge job on their hands trying to get beyond all those hurdles and get a better understanding in order to build and develop processing for those things. We're just not there yet. Can we get there? Oh yeah, we can. And they've talked about it for ages.
If we're allowed to.
Right. And they've talked for ages about a moon base that we fly to the moon. If you're going to Mars, the first stop is the moon.
Right.
It's like when I fly to Palm Springs, California, there's always a stop in Phoenix. Every fucking plane I took that's Palm Springs stopped in Phoenix.
Well, and that's the same thing you hear over and over and over again when it comes to the launch vehicle science. They're like, it's not feasible for us to get to Mars from Earth.
Not from
the moon.
Here. It is.
The moon, it takes a tenth of the fuel for us to get off the surface of the moon and be in space and go.
Right. And
but they're like, to launch a can this size, you need a can full of fuel this size.
That's it.
That you need 98% fuel to move a small cargo.
Right.
Off of Earth.
Right. I got a kick out of that. Musk's last rocket blowing up.
Everyone giving so much
rocket,
crap on it.
Biggest rocket since Saturn V. That Saturn V engine was a bitch, man. What a power horse that bitch was. Well, there were 5 engines on that cocksucker. That's a big fucking ship, man. And you look at that big fucking ship right on the top. There's a tiny little piece right at the top. Guess what? That's where them people are. All the rest of that shit is just to get you there, because it takes that much fuel. And Musk is developing fuel use down to a point where you can downsize all that mass. Less mass to get us farther. Bravo to him. I loved it because he did make a comment. I did catch a video on that where he kind of made a comment and thought, I probably shouldn't have said that kind of thing. But they asked him about that rocket blowing up. He goes, that awesome, successful launch?
Yeah.
They said, well, no, it was a failure. It blew up. He goes, are you fucking kidding me? He says, every dollar put into that rocket, he says, was worth $10 of knowledge we got out of it. He said, I can't create something without things not going right at the beginning, because what do we learn from? We don't learn from our successes. We learn from our failures. He says almost all of our success is based on learning from our failures. He said, so you want to call it a catastrophe and a failure, go right ahead. But he says,
Yeah. How many rockets blew up before we had the Saturn V? And,
no shit. Now you want to see someone that blows up rockets, and especially with people on them, it's Russia. I mean, I watched a video. It was an hour and 45 minutes long, and I probably watched 40 or more Russian missiles explode. Launch pad almost out of atmosphere, and so many of them had fucking cosmonauts on them, and they went, come on. The Russians didn't give a shit. It was just
they did their duty for mother country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were terrible at going, oh, that model of rocket only made it up there 150 feet and it blew up. Well, let's try another one. Maybe it'll go farther. Well, they didn't change nothing. They're just using the same. Maybe that was a lemon. Well, let's try another. And they would do that 5-6 times on this exact same design, not altering a fucking thing. They're just thinking, oh, well, it's a lemon, weather maybe. We don't know. Let's just keep using that, because if these rockets work, that'd be great. We put so much money in them, let's not waste them.
Yeah. This time cosmonaut was too heavy.
Well, I watched this thing, and that was quite a few years ago. I watched this thing on the cosmonauts, and they managed to interview one that kind of defected, and he moved to Turkey, and they caught up with him, and they interviewed him. And he had gone up twice into space. He said, first of all, Russia's got some real problems with the space program. The Russian capsules don't land in the ocean. They land on the ground, as if it was the ocean. He said, people don't realize when we would land, we would leave a crater that's about 40 feet around and 4 to 6 feet deep. Big asshole in the ground. And he said, many of us came out with broken bones. I can't remember how many flights he took. It was like 3, something like that. And he said in 2 events, he had broken bones from the landing. So he had to recover from the broken bones. And he said, and people don't realize in Russia, if you're a cosmonaut, the very first thing they say to you is, you do realize the odds are that you will die doing this. The odds are? Well, yeah, you're probably going to die doing this. Most of them do. So, yeah, the numbers aren't in your favor. But just think about it. Your family can be so proud, leave behind a legacy. You went up in space. No, it's kind of saying to my family, God, Pop's a moron. What the fuck is he doing? He knows he's going to die doing that shit. And he said that. He said he's thankful every day that he's still alive. He said those trips on a Russian rocket, okay, this is the best part of his story. His very last flight, they held a memorial for him, as if he was already dead. He said, I got to go to my own funeral, because they assumed that they might not get the body back, But they said that him taking that many flights, now he's played the numbers too long. Now the numbers are totally against him. It's like a 99% chance you will die on this flight now because of the number of flights you survived. Your numbers are up, man. So they held a memorial, and he got to attend it. He said it was rather fun. Lots of good food, booze. And he said, but it was literally everybody saying goodbye. He was dying. I mean, to me, that's worse than the cancer I'm dealing with because he's doing it willingly. Okay, I'll go. Are you mad? You got to be nuts. You got to be crazy. Well, so they improved their space program enough where they could get cosmonauts up there to the International Space Station. But actually, if you take a look at how the Russians were coming and going from the space station, it usually was not a Russian vehicle that got them there. I mean, they were hitching rides on any fucking rocket that was going up there. So they didn't have to fly in their own. They didn't want to fly in something Russian built. They wanted to fly in some other French or whatever, whoever's launching. Oh, you're launching this big ass goddamn satellite. Can we put a capsule on it? Send a couple of guys to the space station. Well, sure. For $1.5 billion, we'll take you guys up there. Well, it costs $2.5 billion for the 3 rockets that are going to blow up before we get a 4th one that finally gets there. So yeah, that's a good deal. We'll pay for that. So really, the Russians, everybody's so worried about the advancement of the Russians. Do the Russians have things we have? Yes, they do. So they got equal technology. Yes, they do. Do they have the equal equipment? No, they don't. Their shit is worse than the lowest bidder when they build shit. And the thing that scares me is these people are building nuclear devices and putting them on rockets that they work and then they don't work. So they go to launch an attack against the U.S., they might blow Greenland right off of the world, you know?
Yeah, if they don't blow themselves up.
Right, if that missiles don't go off on the fucking pad, right on the launching pad. So I'm a little more worried about the Chinese because they not only have the technology, but they will, and they do it through forced labor anyway, but they take the sharpest people in their society and put them on the development of these things so they know they're going to work. Kind of like what we attempt to do. I love it when you hear people in the aerospace industry saying, holy shit, NASA is like building something. You're trying to build a Cadillac in a junkyard. That's the way NASA is. They'll use anything and everything that they don't even have the money to cover to slap something together to fly us around in space. That's not very comforting either, you know, or you would hope they would say instead that say money's not the issue, safety period is the issue. Our astronauts come first. Doesn't work that way, unfortunately. It's like we want to get there, we really do, and we do want the astronauts to survive so they can come back and talk about it. But if we lose them, we lose them. You know, life goes on. Is their attitude? You know? Well, it don't go on for them poor fuckers that blew up at goddamn space shuttle.
Yeah, Challenger.
Yeah. I mean, life didn't go on for them. I always think of that one where that fucking reporter, and they fired that reporter, if I recall. In fact, I'm certain they fired him. But he said he was talking about how tragic things were about this flight. And he said the only thing that good that came out of it, because some of the astronauts, people on board, before the launch, text their loved ones, you know, telling them, I'll see you next week. I'm looking forward to a good trip. I hope you have a good week while I'm gone. those kind of texts, sounds about right. And he goes, but the one gal on there said, honey, don't worry about the feeding the fish. I'll do that when I come home. The thing blew up over the ocean, for Christ's sakes. She fed the fish. They never found any of them, of course. Yeah, she fed the fish on her way home. And he said that as a reporter. It didn't go over good at all. Even though it's true, you don't say that.
No.
That's like, all right, here's a phenomenon for you. The World Trade Centers fall down, right? I mean, it's just a big pile of fucking busted concrete and some aluminum is all that's left for these two big piles. They dug through that shit for months looking for remains, right? And they were supposed to record all the remains they found. One of those people that was in that recovery process said, what the hell were you supposed to write on that report? Yeah, I found blood spread 50 feet down this iron beam. And I don't know who it was, but it's just blood. And then over here, we lifted this piece of concrete and there was about 160 pounds of hamburger. He says, are we supposed to write that shit down? He said, you couldn't identify any of them people. He said, and there were spots where you knew damn well there was a lot of people in that spot, but there's nothing to indicate that. He says, even the clothes, their shoes, everything was pulverized from that friction. It was totally, you could not tell what it was. And they came to the conclusion they couldn't do DNA because all of that DNA was mixed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like throwing it all in a blender. So what did they do? They hauled that shit out by truckloads and they used it for fill. Okay. Would you want to work or live in a building that's built on a pile of bodies? They're still bodies, but they're mush. And they just dumped it for fill.
And then now it's the core premise of the movie, The Exorcist, or Poltergeist.
How?
Poltergeist?
Yeah.
That they moved the headstones, but didn't move the bodies.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's build these houses on an old cemetery. We'll just if we take anything that looks like a grave away, we can just build on top of that shit, right on top of the bodies. It's the stuff above the ground that people identify as a grave, so let's just move that. Why dig that shit up? Just build on top of it. Oh, yeah. That part of that movie really, really irritated me. Oh, here's a good thing. Here's something for discussion. I got this from one of my YouTube followers. People say, oh, that's a neat arrowhead. Well, it's too large to be an arrowhead. It's a small spearhead, is what it is. Spearheads came in many sizes of shit, all the way up to that big, quite large.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spearhead. Comes from Arkansas. Came from a dig, from an archaeological dig along a river in Arkansas. I've had people tell me, Native Americans especially, how dare you have that artifact as an ornament that you wear? I said, I think it's cool, and I touch it a lot, and I look at it. The results of that dig said that they estimate that the site was 4,000 years old. That means somebody flint-knapped this spearhead 4,000 years ago. They touched it. They made it. That's pretty fucking cool, man. 4,000 years old. Native hands fashioned it. It's cool. It's cool. And it's holds value to me because it really makes me think of how ancestors survived. You know, how did they do it? And you look at it, I mean, that took some knowledge to be able to make that sucker when all you got are sticks and stones to work with. You don't have tools. You got sticks and stones that you turn into tools. But I've had individuals tell me, how dare you? How dare you? That should have been left in the ground where it was. Should not have been removed. Should not have been dug up. I said they dug up a ton of this shit. A ton of it at that site. Spearheads, arrowheads, knives, all kinds of flint-knapped tools. Hundreds of them. And the diggers were allowed, under law, were allowed to keep those artifacts until they find human remains. Now the whole site changes. Once you find human remains, there's a ton of regulatory paperwork and shit you gotta go through to recover those, unless you leave them in place. Then it's considered a grave site, not an archaeological dig anymore. It's a grave site. They never found any human remains in this whole dig site, and that dig site was huge. It was like 200 by 180 feet that they dug down to about 2 feet and excavated and found this whole site. And it was determined that was a trade site, that whoever was using it was nomadic, and they could find different eras of tools, really rough-made tools all the way up to the finer, real good, nice, some made out of obsidian and stuff that you can tell that wasn't the beginning. This was the beginning. This is 100, 200 years later they come up to this point. But they never found a single human remain. They found fire pits, all kinds of shit, but no human remains whatsoever. So the site was declared recoverable. They could recover those things, take them. And I had an individual give me this as a gift. And I said, I got all the right in the world to have that. They said, what makes you think you got that right? I said, okay, I've got a campsite out in the woods. It's remote. Nobody knows it's there. But I go there frequently. And I've lost things out there. Pocket knives, flashlights, all kinds of shit that I've lost out there or forgotten and left out there. Now, let's say I stick a nice hunting knife in a stump in that campsite. Years later, I'm dead and gone. Dead and gone. But that was my campsite, my knife. And all that shit that fell in the ground is mine. But they go out there and the stump has rotted away and the knife has been laying in the ground for years. Let's say it's 100 years after I use that campsite. And they find this and they excavate it. And they go, oh, well, some old guy must have been coming out here on a regular basis, camping and shit, blah, blah, blah. We've got some history in this site. Shouldn't they put all that shit back in the ground and cover it up? I was told that I'm altering history by taking this. I said, no, I'm actually presenting history by showing it. I'm not altering a thing. And I said, and this is mine. If I walked out and I found this on the ground, I have the right to pick it up, keep it. Because if you found my campsite, you wouldn't think twice of keeping that fucking $380 hunting knife you found laying on the ground. You took it home and for $100 had it fully restored. And now you got yourself a beautiful knife that's 100 years old. No longer worth $380. It's worth $3,800. You had all the right in the world to take that knife because it's no longer mine. If it's in the dirt, on the ground, stuck in a tree, been there for years, it's abandoned property. God bless the finder. That's what salvaging is all about. You find things that have been lost and you recover those things. Now, human remains, I will back them up when they get that argument with me. Oh, I'm all for that. You find human remains, cordon off anywhere that those human remains may exist and call it a gravesite. It is a gravesite. There's nothing more personal than a person's remains, their body, what's left of them. That's kind of sacred in any walk of life. I won't say in every, but I'll say any in the general sense, because there are some people that so what? Grind them bones up, feed it to the chickens. They need the calcium, but in general, you find human remains just out of you have almost an obligation to leave them be. And it's a little pushing it a little, but I actually think they should be marked in a sense that shows that there's a body there. There's a human buried there. So this argument, though, that you take artifacts and keep them, if they were legally recovered, leave me the hell alone. And I love that I got a 4,000-year-old spearhead to wear as a necklace. I love it. It's cool. I wear it a couple times a month just because I like touching it and thinking about that era, that prehistoric era. It's cool. But if it's buried out in the ground and I can't touch it, I can't get that same benefit from that item. So, quit telling me that things that people owned 4,000 years ago still belong to them, and they belong in the dirt where they left them. That's bullshit. If I left a 6-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon out at the lake and one of my native friends come across it, and he looked around and said, well, if Campfire's cold, there ain't no sight of him. He ain't been here for a couple of days, for at least. Nice of them to leave us some beer. They drink every can. But no, that's mine. And eventually it'll end up in the ground, in the dirt. But that's mine. Don't touch that. Everybody knows that's BS. Everybody. If they're real about life, they'd say, yeah, that's crap.
Yeah. But now, isn't that kind of the core thing on Hogwarts Legacy with the goblins, that everything that they made belongs to them? Even though it was sold to someone else or made for someone else, it belongs to the creator.
Right.
It's like, well, no, it don't work that way.
Everything belongs to the person that created it. Well, what belongs to the creator that made it is, in a sense, an accolade. They get credit for making it, but they don't own it. Mm-hmm. They gave it up. And I mean, that goes all the way to the point. And it's a buyer beware argument. You can go to work for a company and they can get you in an employment agreement and you sign off on it. And what it is an ownership agreement. We're hiring you because you're an ace engineer and you can create so many things. And we want you to create this for us. That person goes to work, accepts, signs that paper, goes to work, creates a whole new item. and the person goes to patent it. The company sues them and says, "You son of a bitch, you're stealing our product." And the company gets the patent. Why? Because you signed your rights to it away by saying, "I'm creating it for you. You own it, not me. You own my creation." So don't try to take credit for something you already gave away. If you want the patent or copyright, don't let somebody else own it. Make sure you own it. Don't give it away.
Well, and that was the whole Zuckerberg and Wigglebuss situation.
Yep.
You know that they took and recruited him in to make a Facebook type platform for them.
Right.
And when it started looking good, he took and made his own. And it cost them a good chunk of money.
Yep. And that's why I always say, be careful on what you give up. Don't give yourself away to somebody. The Marine Mom's saying we can pick up any of it, but not off the national park. All right, yes. National forest, in fact, all national forests, you are not allowed to collect any artifacts whatsoever. You find something, you got to be damn careful too, technically. And there's court cases on it, and individuals lost and the Forest Service won. You're not supposed to use a metal detector on Forest Service property. So you got to be a little careful. You can use them in common modern gathering areas on national forest land, a beach, a picnic ground, your campground. You can use the metal detector and collect things that have been lost. Those are all modern, current losses within the last 50 years or so. So they tend not to regulate that so much because that beach was put in 1965. Well, you're not going to find some Indian artifacts or remains there, something archaeological. You're just going to find shit people dropped out of their pocket, But otherwise, don't touch that shit. We have an old abandoned building up here in Schwampton National Forest. I see people in there with metal detectors all the time. And I kind of laugh because it's been picked over. But 2 individuals, totally separate incidents, were caught and charged because they had things they found on that site in their possession, in their vehicles, and they were charged because you're not allowed to do that.
No, I was actually curious on that I was watching a channel that was, they're out there with the metal detectors. That they're just doing, no digging, no collecting. They're detecting.
Right.
Where old foundations and stuff were. There's something here, and they're always saying, don't grab anything. You can look, you can sense.
But don't
beep, beep. It's like, oh, cool. Here's the corner of where the building used to be.
But don't dig it up. Yeah. Marine Mom saying Shiloh Park in Tennessee, where there's a lot of buttons, buckles, bullets, etc. Yeah. There's places I like that. There's a lot of places in the South. You're allowed to go and metal detect old battlefields, old homesteads. They allow you to just go ahead and hunt for artifacts. That's Arkansas. That's where this arrowhead came from. Arkansas, totally legal. I like that. I really do. Because to me, again, it's just reopening and spreading history is all it's doing. So, yeah, and I'm surprised people are against people finding and preserving these items. Because if they're left in place, eventually they do go back to the ground. They disappear. All things do eventually. Now, what will happen 1,000 years from now when people are out there and they've got plastic detectors looking for our old drinking straws and yet, oh my God, I found this drinking straw and I looked and we did the research. This came from a place they called Burger King. This thing is so awesome. Ain't no different than what we're doing today. All you're doing is digging up history. You're digging up history. There's nothing wrong with that. And Marine Mom saying, but we have arrowheads, knives, etc. in fields around here. Just hard to find one that's not broke. Yeah, that's what this fellow was saying too. Is he goes out and he actually searches farmers' fields, and he always hits them right after they plow. He said he showed in the video this one field. He's been returning to that field for 9 years now. And every time he goes out there, he's got 2 fistfuls of arrowheads, spearheads. The plows are turning that shit up when they plow the field. And he goes out there and looks for that shit before they plant. Great idea, man. That's cool. Mm-hmm. And it works for him. He finds a lot of artifacts that way. I'm glad he does. I'm glad that he does that. Otherwise, they're lost or hidden forever, Marine Mom, awesome Sty. And she's saying, yes, 100%. That's cool. I'm a believer in history. If I was a young man, not married, my kids are all grown up, I was a much younger man. Say I'm in my 40s. My kids were growing up when I was in my 40s, by the way. Actually, by the time I hit my mid-30s, they were moving out of the house. So, let's see, 2018 on that would have been, oh shit. Yeah. It'd be in the 1980s, my kids started moving out. And that's kind of weird, ain't it? The late 1980s is when my kids are moving out, man. But if I was a younger man and I had a home, I do have a very nice metal detector. I want to sell it, but I don't want to sell it because I want to use it this year. I'm going to use it a little bit, then sell it later in the summer, I think, early fall. Or I'll leave it.
You should start with my yard.
Yes, and I may just leave it to running water. It's an awesome set, I've got the wand, I got the digging tools, a belt, everything. I got everything to go out metal detecting. And I used it. I had to use it a couple of times. I found lost truck key. Oh, that was a bitch. I was in a panic, man. I knew I dropped it somewhere in a big campsite. Could not find it. I looked for days. I said, oh, fuck it. Grabbed that metal detector. 15 minutes of using that metal detector, I found it. I had a riding lawnmower out at camp. Two of the 3 blades on the riding lawnmower fell off, along with all the washers and everything, all the parts. They didn't just fall, they went all over. Well, I found all but 3 of them and searched for 2 days. Could not find the other 3. Grabbed that metal detector, and within a half hour, I had all 3 of them in my hand. And all 3 of them were, when I'd find them, I go, oh my God, I'm surprised I didn't actually stumble across this. but it was just far enough down in the grass and the dirt you couldn't make it out. But that metal detector picked it up, and I had all my parts, put my lawnmower back together. I'm good to go. But if I didn't have that metal detector, no, I'd be screwed. I'd be having to order some parts for the lawnmower. So, yeah, they come in handy. They come in handy. I don't know. A lot of people that are metal detectors, they're treasure hunters. They're looking for that treasure, man. I want to find that coffee can that's full to the top with $20 gold pieces from the Civil War. Good luck. That's like playing the lottery. What do you find when you metal tech? 90, and that's just right off these huge metal detector groups. They got these big websites about metal detecting, not YouTube, it's actual websites. It's just all the top metal detector people in the world. And they come right out and say 98%. Now, think of that, 98%, only 2 out of 100 finds are worth anything. So you're treasure hunting? What the hell? No, you aren't. You're garbage hunting. Because only 2% of all of it has any actual value. A lot of it's just maybe collectible, looks neat, but it's still junk. Ain't worth nothing. Nobody's going to buy it from you. But it's that mentality. I'm on the hunt, you know. You want to be out there with your metal detector. I'm on the hunt. I'm going to find, you know, you're looking for that 30-point buck. Yeah. But the odds are you won't see. You ain't going to find it. It's that challenge that makes it so appealing, I think. I know I love the whole idea. That's why I bought a nice metal detector. That metal detector I got wasn't cheap, $300 and some bucks. It wasn't a cheapie. Yeah, I got the headphones, everything for that thing. The only thing I don't like is the unit is waterproof. The rod and the head is waterproof, so you can, like at a beach, walk out into about 2.5 foot deep water and scan, and you find a lot of shit from the water line out. There's a lot of shit down in that sand. You know, I mean, now that's where you can actually find a cash cow. You can find diamond rings, wedding rings, shit like that. Most people, though, in the metal detecting world, they find actual quality rings, a lot of class rings they find in the beaches, and they put the word out that they found it. And if someone comes to them and they got a really legitimate sounding story that that's their item that was lost at the beach, those people hand it right over. Especially with wedding rings, when a gal comes home and says, "Oh my God, I remember on May 5th of 1862, I was at the beach and I jumped in and I realized my ring's gone." And we looked and looked, never found it. Well, I found it in the sand about 1.5 feet out from the water line. And here it is. Here's your wedding ring. Holy shit. That's worth more than the money. Maybe you'll get $300-400 for that ring. Maybe it's a really nice one. You get a couple thousand for it. But the reaction of that person getting that personal item back can be worth all of that money. I mean, it's worth every penny just to watch them go, "Oh my fucking God, I spent my whole life feeling so bad about losing my wedding ring." Well, you did. It was misplaced for all those years. Here it is. You got it back. yeah, you change people's lives doing shit like that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's just, it's one of those
Well,
things.
situation we had down there in Iowa with with the ex-wife, not the ex-girlfriend, the ex-wife.
Yeah.
20 years ago. Uh,
The tea lady.
yeah. There was neighbor behind us, big piece of property, corner lot, and they're out there messing with metal detector, trying to get it to work, and sound back there because we had a pretty long yard
Yeah.
ourselves. Went up right up to theirs and wander over. What are you guys doing? Well, we're trying to figure out how this works. Help them out and stuff. I'm like, so where are you guys going? They're like, well, no, we're searching the yard. That grandpa, insists that he buried mason jars
Full of money.
for the money out here.
Uh-huh.
Always telling grandma that it's buried in the yard. They're never going to need it. But then he got dementia and then
Yeah.
died.
Good luck finding it, right?
Yeah. And then grandma insisted that grandpa had money back there. Went out there. We found a total of 8 mason jars out there buried. And they had stuff like socket heads in them. They had buttons in them. Yeah. One had marbles. We found his marbles.
Yeah. Shit, it's a shame Grandpa died.
Yeah, he buried his treasures.
And at the end, he had lost his marbles. But we found them. It's too bad he ain't alive. We would give him his marbles back. We could have asked him where the rest of the jars are.
The only one that was worth anything was the jar full of pennies. One jar had a bunch of was full of pennies. And it was like $5 a pennies in there. But
that's kind of cool because I found a buried can. We couldn't figure out. We figured it must have been like a ham or something. It was a big square can. It was rather tall, probably a foot tall, and a foot square. Big can. Found that can buried by accident. Hiked it out of that hole. It was heavier than shit. Opened that can up, and that whole fucking thing was a solid block. I mean, everything fused together just from weather, Steel pennies. They used to make steel pennies during the war.
Right.
They're not worth that. They're not even worth a penny a piece. People are selling them for 50 cents for 150 of them. That's the best they can get is 50 cents for 150 of them. But we found a solid whole block of them damn things. And I took them in the garage, started beating on it with a ball peen hammer, knocking a few pennies off here and there. But they're all rusted together. They were nasty. And I worked on that thing for about a month, and I filled a pretty good sized jar full of them. And I went to try to find somebody to buy them. What a fucking joke, man. I went to this one old guy that was a collector. That guy bought almost anything that you could find. Went to him and he goes, come here. Go in his house with him. And he shows me up on the mantle over his fireplace. There's 6 1-gallon jars full of nice, shiny metal pennies. He goes, I don't need your rusty, nasty looking metal pennies. Look at what I got. And I asked him, where the hell did you get all of those? He says, well, look at me. Where do you think I got them? I got them when I bought shit back in the 1940s. He said, when metal pennies were the only pennies you could get your hands on. He said, it was pennies galore. He said, we had people that you'd buy something for 50 cents, give them $1, and they'd give you 50 of those damn metal pennies back because they knew they were worthless. Everybody knew they were worthless. He said, so they love making change with metal pennies. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. And he said, if you had copper pennies during that period of time, you were a rich man. You're a rich man. The government would buy those back from you for about 5 cents a piece. Yeah, so I thought about that. I had filled this big wine bottle. We called it the Goddess. It had a woman shape on it, and a big green wine bottle is huge. We filled that up. It's right up to the top with pennies. It was, you could put any more in. And I sold the whole bottle to my grandson, Tevin, for $40. That kid had $40. That's all he had. And I said, I'll sell you the Goddess for $40. And I said, Grandma will take it down to the bank, and he cashed them all in. He hemmed and hawed around for a few days, trying to get me to go down on the price. I said, no, $40, $40. I'll kick myself in the ass so bad. $232 is what he got for those pennies. So he was ahead about $190 buying it from me for 40. Oh God, that was stupid. All I saw were pennies. They ain't worth shit. Oh, you have.
It adds up.
You got about 30 pounds of them. Yeah, they're worth quite a bit. They're worth quite a bit. And I kicked myself because when they started trying to empty that bottle, it took a long time to get that all of them through the neck of that bottle. And I'm sitting at the table, and he comes over, and I took a bowl out of the kitchen and scooped a big pile of them up, set it on the table, and I'm going through. And I had a second bowl, and I go through them. Some go in the second bowl, some stay on the table. I was looking through and getting all the wheat pennies, all the old shit, all the old pennies out of it. Yeah, they made me give them back to him. I said, that's not nice. These are worth something. Well, if he wants to sort through them and sell them separate, that's his choice. You sold him that bottle. Damn it, I should have done that before I sold him the bottle. Because I bet you I could have made $50-$60 just off the wheat pennies out of that bottle. He didn't separate them, though. He just got a penny a piece for them. I don't like these things like at Walmart. You can go in there with a bag of change.
The Coinstar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They rip you off, man. What they charge to use it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your convenience fee.
Yeah. It's high. It's high. And I don't bank with a commercial bank, with a normal bank. So I can't get rid of my change anywhere. And you still didn't get in a local account yet, did you?
No.
Oh, you little shit. Because if you had a local account when you came home, I could say, hey, take this change and cash it in.
I should do that.
Even if you just set up a ghost account, what I call a ghost account, an account you throw a few bucks in just to keep it active all the time.
Right.
And someday, if you want, you can go ahead and transfer a bunch of money into it, but just have the ghost account, because it gives you banking services then.
Right.
These fucking banks nowadays, I stopped at the Associated Bank. I banked with them for 23 years. I stopped in there about 2 weeks ago with two $100 bills. I walked in and I said, can you break these for me and give me 20s? Sir, because they don't recognize me. Then all the staff have changed since I last had an account with them. And she goes, sir, do you have an account with us? And I go, no, I just want 20s for these hundreds. Well, we can't do that for you. You what? You can't give me in exchange like that? I give you 100, give me 5 20s. You can't do that? No, not unless you're a customer. Well, fine. That pissed me off. So I went down to Northern State Bank. Same thing. They didn't recognize me. And she says, before I do this for you, do you have an account with us? No. Well, then we can't do it for you. You can only have customer service if you have an account with us. So I thought, I'll try Chippewa Valley. And the Chippewa Valley was, they're the ones that broke it for me. They broke the 2 bills for me. They give me the 10/20s. And they were very apologetic. And they said, but next time you come in, we won't be able to do it for you. It's bank policy. If you don't receive any banking services unless you have an active account. I said, I'm kind of getting that because you're the third fucking bank I went to. Said the same damn thing. I said, you guys are nuts doing that. I said, just for PR purposes, because I have a lower opinion of all 3 banks now, that they won't even let me break a $100 bill. It costs them nothing to just give me 5 20s to the 100. No, not unless I'm a customer. No. And I asked a gal, she's retired now. She used to be the executive vice president of Associated Bank nationally. And I had coffee with her this several months ago. Her and another individual from Ironwood, Michigan, because she's from Ironwood. We had coffee together down here in town. And I mentioned it to her. And she told me, she said, anything that a bank employee does is considered their wage value. So to break your 2 $100 bills take about a minute and a half of her wages to do that. That's a service we provide customers that make us money by depositing funds. They get that service. If we were to actually say we'll do that service for people, we would have to charge for it. And she said it'd probably be like $20 a year or something that you can come in and we'll make change for you. I said, you asked me for $20 to do an exchange of lawful tender, legal tender. I'm not paying you $20. You can kiss my ass. Whatever I buy, the seller better have change, because I'll never try to break a $100 bill again. And so many stores now don't accept anything over a 20. Sign right there. We don't accept anything over a $20 bill. What store was there? Was one store that won't even accept a 20. It's got to be a 10, 5, or 1s. They don't accept 20s. No large bills at all. And I thought, that is ridiculous. That is so foolish.
Especially when you're in a situation where the inflation is so damn high, you're not, they're not going to be making any purchases under 20.
Right. Yeah, the cost. I went to the Dollar Tree last week, got up to the register, and they rang. I'm carrying one of those little baskets with shit in it.
Yeah.
They ring it up, $17.98. I say, what? Really? Yeah. And they looked at the receipt, number of items sold, and they go, well, you bought 15 items. And I go, that's $17. And they said, well, yeah, some of those items weren't the $1.25, they were higher. Well, kissing my ass. I mean, $20 at a Dollar Tree?
So the other day I stopped in there because that's where I get a lot of I get the storage containers to use as dishes on the truck because they're cheap and disposable. It's like
Yeah.
And they only had one register open. This was in Rensselaer.
Uh-huh.
I got my basket, and I got a bunch of the energy drinks because $1.25 each. That's pretty good compared to the truck stops. It's usually like $3 each.
Right.
But I was stuck
Dollar
behind.
Tree has its purpose, right?
Yeah. So it's like I needed that. I needed some Scotch tape and magic markers, dry erase markers, because I write directions on the windshield, edge of the windshield.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not playing with anything. I can just look right there.
Yeah.
But I'm stuck behind the lady and her 3 kids with 2 carts of stuff going through, just waiting for it to go through. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're getting your stuff. Got done. It came to $1,200 and some dollars. I'm like, $1,200 at Dollar Tree. What?
That you bought half the store then.
Yeah. And it was all stuff like the packs of the Kool-Aid tubes you put in your water bottle, and
Yep. I use a lot of those.
Fingernail polish, and all this tiny stuff, tons and tons of tiny stuff that they're ringing up. And it's like $1,200. The most I've ever spent at Dollar Tree was $30.
Yeah. Oh shit.
And I was splurging.
Yeah, you're really packing it in. Now, I've had customers when I worked Dollar Tree that would have a full fucking cart, and it'd come to about $600. And I always asked when somebody bought like that, I think you bought everything in the store, and just to get into conversation with it. Those big full cart ones were governmental agencies and or small little country stores that are reselling it, and sometimes you knew right away because they'd have the tax exemption sheet right in their hand. They didn't have to fill it out at the purchase. But regular customers, I think the highest I ever saw was like $130, and that was during Christmas time. Someone had their cart pretty full of shit, and they spent $130. But your common sale at Dollar Tree was in the $10 to $20 range. That was the common sale. Quite occasionally under $10, and occasionally over $20. But it was right between $10 and $20 almost all the time. And that's why we ended up with so many $20 bills at the end of shift, is because everybody is buying something with a $20 bill.
Mm-hmm.
They come in, that's their budget, $20. And they count their items as they're putting them in the cart. They come up, hand you a 20. We were always running out of 5s and 1s, $5 bills and 1s. We ran out of them constantly because of that process. It just really pissed me off. That's one thing I got to do too, and I'll start working on that now this month, is I've got to get myself a bunch of 1s and a bunch of 5s. I'm going to need a few 10s and probably $150 or $160 in 20s, because I'm going to yard sale.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's a bitch, because the banks won't do it for me. I can't go to them with a couple $100 and say I need change for a till. They'll say, well, then open an account. You fuckers. I never thought, I didn't try. Maybe I could go to Walmart and get them to do that at their customer service. Say, hey, can you do something for me? Break a couple $100 bills into this, and this, and this, because they have an actual revolving vault, and they keep a lot of cash on hand at Walmart's. So they might be. I never thought of that. I might try them. Yeah, Kathy, I'm going to wrap it up here. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm feeling tired and I'm starving. I am so fucking hungry. And I've got those barbecue ribs in the kitchen just screaming at me. And
they're gonna fall right out the bone.
they're no bone. They're no bone. They were boneless.
Oh, even better. It's just
boneless.
Yeah.
And and there were 6 of them in the pack. 6 for $4, $4.50 now, and it's like 1 3/4 pounds. So it's not a lot of ribs, but it's for me. It's 2 meals worth, probably 2 meals. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to have taters, cheese-covered taters, and a veggie. I don't know what veggie I'm going to make yet. Might be a mixed veggie. I don't know. But it's going to be a nice rounded meal. And I'm going to eat until I can't get any more in me. Justin, you have a good week too. I want to tell everybody out, we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to tell everybody out there, I love you all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for 4 hours, for God's sakes. Running Water and I haven't talked like this for, last Sunday we got to chat, but not in this much of a form. So I kind of caught up with my boy here. So it's been fun. It's been a blast. It's a great time, as I love spending my Sundays this way with friends. I don't care if there's 2 or 3 people in the stream or if there's 200 in the stream. I enjoy every minute being with you guys. So you've learned so much. Well, that's cool. Yeah, if you learned something you didn't know, Running Water and I both. Yeah, that makes us feel good. Knowing that you picked up.
And I'll have to give her a call after we're done.
Yeah, there you go.
I missed yesterday. I was getting a reset Friday, and then yesterday ran 11 hours and was in bed before she was up.
I'm glad to hear that you and Marine Mom are in contact, and that you have a lot of common history. And Marine Mom, I just love having her here. She's, I liked her a lot back in the day, and I'll be honest, Marine Mom, she'll probably laugh at it, but sorry, Running Water, but I thought you were stupid as sin and an asshole for giving her up. Don't let her get away from you, man. Even if she's leaving, don't let her.
She had a license and a car. She could leave. I was stuck on my little bicycle riding back and forth to town. I could only go so far.
Quit whining. You used to go all the way that 25 miles from home, all the way here to Ashland on a goddamn scooter. So don't tell me you couldn't get anywhere.
That scooter was rough.
I never forget that day when I'm heading down the highway going like a bat on a hill, and your mother's in the car, and I go, "Who's this crazy son of a bitch out here on this little Honda scooter?" As we went past you, I go, "Oh my God, that was Donnie." Oh no, where the hell's he going? Then we found out you're heading to Ashland. I just like, oh no.
That little scooter got about 80 miles to the gallon. Hey, 80 miles.
That's what he's saying, man. If you got $5 in your pocket, you're heading for Duluth. I hope my health now stays where it's at for a while, because I want to get the mini bike out of this shit.
Yep, don't forget to put those stickers on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're right there.
We'll have to remember to do that when I'm home.
Yeah. Stickers for your truck. Where are those? Are they up there with those?
I already put it on.
So you got April
I-
of 23 on your truck now.
Is it? I put the 24 on there.
Oh, is it 24?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I put the
Huh?
24 on there,
I
and then I put the
I
new
just saw
registration in the glove box.
I just saw April. I saw April yesterday. I just glanced at it, saw April, and I go, "Oh, I better ask him if he's got stickers." So if you already put them on, that's cool. I'm good.
Yeah. I put it on back in March. I didn't care.
I gotta put the stick. I got my sticker sitting right there on my truck, but fuck, I got a flat tire on the truck. Tonneau cover's fucked up, and it won't start. Battery's totally dead on the son bitch. So I got to charge the battery up. I think I'm going to do that Tuesday, day after my chemo. Tomorrow is a day off. I just do my chemo, come home, relax, eat, watch TV, play Hogwarts or some shit. I watched the series Last of Us, so I started playing Last of Us last night. I haven't played Last of Us for years, but I thought, okay, after watching this series, I want to get back in to the game storyline, but that's what I do on Mondays. But Tuesday, I'm going to get my truck running, get the tags on it. I might air that tire up and drive the bitch out here on the street, park it out here on the street. But that means I got to go out there every 2 days, air that tire up, because that tire only lasts for 2 days. I got to put new tires on it, and I've saved. Where am I at? I'd love to get the tires you have. Okay, I managed to save $350. And for this old man, it's tough to save the money like that. But I managed.
Skip the rent and get tires on that truck.
Oh, you don't have to do that, buddy. No. You
what? I want to have good tires on that truck when you croak. I don't want to.
You don't want to have to put them on after the fact. Fucking old man left that truck sitting there with a flat tire. Now I got to put new tires on the goddamn thing. Why didn't he get that done before he went? I get it. I totally get it. Okay, we'll think about that. Okay.
All right.
And I'll see.
And I'll send you the link of what tires
where you got
I
those
got.
tires, and then I can get those at Walmart and have them put on there. That would work. That would work great.
Yeah, because I don't know the size of your tires, but
they're 18s.
Right, but I don't know what the
and
the 18R or
250
285R
PPR 70 something. And, all I care is it's round and it's got good tread. And I like the tires on your truck. They got a little bit of howl to them when you go down the road because of the tread pattern, but nothing that covers the radio. Yeah, as long as it don't fuck up me listening to radio, I like it. So
and just enough traction so if you hit gravel or dirt roads, you get in and out fine.
Do you remember what those tires cost you?
For the 4 of them, it cost me, I think it was $420 for the tires themselves.
And then
there's like $94 for the mounting.
For the mounting?
Yeah,
that's kind of steep, ain't it? God, I wish we still had Baytown Tire, because to mount 4 tires, you provide the tires, and they pull your old ones off, put the new ones on, balance them, put them on your rig, cost you $40, $10 a wheel. That's what they charge. They're cheapest in town, and fast, man. You're out of here. I miss him. His wife had cancer, and she had a terrible end with it. It was. I am not going to go into all the problems she had. It was terrible. Thank God I don't have cancers like that. But then he ended up with cancer of the stomach, and he had to get out of it. He had to shut it down. he thought he could run it and have his crew take care of stuff, but he found that he couldn't even guarantee that he could show up to work to run the place. So he had to sell. And the new people there, I heard they're cheap on doing tire changes, but it can take them 3 days. What the fuck? I'm not leaving leaving on my truck for 3 days. So yeah, I'll plan on about 500, 550 to get those tires on the truck.
Yeah, I wonder if Tomlinson's does mountings at all, from what they would charge.
Zifco does. I should stop and check with Zifco. I don't know if Dean over there at Tomlinson's, if they do tires. I could stop and talk to Dean.
Because I know they do truck tires. They did a tire on my truck one time.
On the big truck, yeah.
On the big truck.
They do, and they service the tires on all the U-Hauls, so they might do it. I know what he's going to say. You need a window actuator on the driver's side. No, I don't. I need two. I need the driver's door and passenger door. That's a son of a bitch. The part is $70-some bucks, and then they charge another $70-some, $70 to $100 to install the son of a bitch. They're a bitch to install. And
miss the good old days where you just crank it down.
I wish I had crank windows. I really do wish I had crank windows. The power windows are convenient as long as they don't fuck up on you. If they fuck up on you, yeah. It's not, I'm using suction cups to hold my window. I got pulled over a couple weeks ago. That was funny, though. I got pulled over for a seatbelt, and I explained to him why I don't wear one. And I lifted my shirt up, and he saw all the scars. And he goes, "Oh, God, I've seen enough. Don't put your seatbelt on," he said. And what he recommended, I was already doing. And that's, I leaned forward, pulled the seatbelt, and I put the chest strap behind my back, and I buckled the lap belt. And I said, so I'm half buckled in. And he said that, yeah, I recommend that. Yeah, half buckled in and explain to an officer if they stop you. But I don't know where the hell I was going with that. The window. Well, I got that big ass suction cup, a big white suction cup. And I figured out I get pulled over by the cops. I stick that son of a bitch about 2/3 of the way up the window, lock it in, and it's tight. And I pull all the small suction cups that keep it up, pull them off, and the window drops to the big one. And so now it's open. Hi, officer. This cop that stopped me, he goes, "What's going on with your window?" I said, "What do you mean?" "What's that thing on the window?" I said, "It's a big suction cup." He goes, "Why?" And I said, "Well, the window actuator is busted. So the window just slides free. It's not sitting on anything anymore because the tabs on the actuator broke off the window." And he goes, "I don't get the suction cup." I said, "Oh, well, watch." I said, "I won't leave it up, but watch." And I lifted it up and just grabbed that big white suction cup, lift that window shut, and I grabbed one of the little suction cups, then give it a lick with the tongue and stick it on the window and snap. And I released the big cup and I go, and I put the big cup back on, pulled the little one and lowered it and said, "There you go." He goes, "If it's factory installed, it's supposed to be functional." I said, "Right. Open and close the window, right? Yeah, I have to be able to open and close the window for things like this. And I can." I said, "This is no different than a hand crank window. It takes about the same amount of time, in fact, to open and close the window." I said, "So it is functional. I can open and close my window." And he smiled and he goes, "I wouldn't want to try to argue against that because, yeah, technically you are able to open and close the window. He said, I don't know, though. It's still not factory equipment. I said, well, some factory made these suction cups. And he started laughing. He goes, you are not the guy to argue with. I said, well, sure I am if you want to have a good time. Yeah. You know, because I love friendly debates. I love
Well, and those are ideal then. If you end up in the lake, you just pop some suction cups and the window can go down.
yeah.
That's a big problem where you can't roll the window down. You can't the button won't work.
Everything electric goes to shit on you. You can't open that window. I can open my window. I watched a video. Fuck, I should go try to find that. And if I find it, I'll send you the link. YouTube influencer, doing these reviews and shit of everything. Well, he decided he's going to do one on these glass breakers for cars. You have it on your center console, or you can hang it from the door. But what it is it's a red handle, and it's got a suction cup on it. And if you go in the lake and you got to get that window out, you got to get that window open, break it out. You take this thing, grab it, pop it on the window. It sucks right to the window, and you pull this handle and release it, and it shatters the window. In his video, he goes, this is how it works. And he takes that thing right on the window, and he goes, yeah, it's stuck on there good. He pulls that handle out and releases it, and that window totally shatters. And he couldn't help himself. He goes, oh, fuck. And he's holding this thing, and he goes, it works. No shit, Sherlock. It sure worked. It shattered. And he's got this nice car. He's in this really nice car. And he shattered the fucking driver's window. He did not intend on doing it. And I thought, thank God he didn't use that on his windshield. Yeah, you think the driver's window cost you something. Knock that windshield off. But I love that simple human error. Kind of moronic, stupid, but fun to watch somebody fuck up like that. I bet you he never does shit like that again. And those were the videos I watched with people using pepper spray and shit. We were talking about that. Well, this one guy had a model where it doesn't have the cover on the top, so you can't accidentally discharge it. You got to stick your thumb in under the cover to use it. Okay, he didn't have that type. He had the one that had the tab you moved from left to right, and then it'll fire. Well, he had shown how that tab works, and I noticed it. He left it in the right position. And then he's saying how you should spray it at a person and how you should sweep it across their eyes. And he points the fucking thing at him, and he's got his finger underneath that safety cap. He's pointing it right in his own face, and he goes, and you want to spray it left and right like this, and he pushes the button. He just maced the living shit out of himself. I laughed so goddamn hard. I laughed so hard. You poor dumb moron. No, don't do that. Don't do that. And then this other one, the guy was really pushing, you need to buy the practice cartridges and practice shoot, because it's a nice stream, but it's inert water. It won't hurt you or anything. It's just inert water. There's nothing in it. But you get the stream, so you know how it sprays, and you can practice. Like, oh, I got 3 intruders. Go hang 3 paper plates or something. Go, pss, pss, pss. I got them all, yay! And he's pushing these things, just really pushing them. I looked on Amazon. The cheapest ones you can get are $10 a piece, and they last for about 14 seconds, full strength, and they're done. I'm not spending $10 to practice with that son of a bitch. I know it points, it sprays. That's all I need to know. I don't need to practice with water. And I don't need to do what that guy did, spray myself in the face either. Hey, too tall, too tall, Rob. It's good to see you. We're wrapping this up. I tried to wrap it up a half hour ago, but I
Yeah,
gotta go.
yeah. I gotta go myself.
Yeah, I gotta go for all kinds of reasons. So, so love you all. Thank you. Next Sunday, 2 p.m. Central Time. Come on over, hang out at the Sty Shack for the afternoon on a Sunday. It's a great place to be. You know, everybody wants to hang out at one time or another. This is a good place to do it. So with that, of course, I'm going to grab that pretty girl out on the front porch, and we're going to do the shuffle as I head on out of here. Love you all, and we'll see you next week. See you, running water.
Yeah.
Yeah.